Hey everybody, welcome. Can you guys hear me okay?
They should be able to hear both of us fine.
Awesome, welcome. Who's excited for Alpha 2? Nice, that's great to hear. So Tyler can't be with us today, but I'll do some quick introductions. Of course, some of you guys might remember me. I'm Carter, I'm the game director on BitCraft, and I'm here with Sime, who's our marketing director.
Hey.
And so we're here today to kick off Alpha 2 and to tell you guys a little bit about what's new, and hopefully show off some stuff and talk a little bit about our plans. So I think the first thing that I wanted to go over as people start to kind of trickle in was just talk a little bit about Alpha 1 and just to kind of set the stage. Especially if anyone's new and wasn't here for Alpha 1. Wanted to cover a little bit of info on that. Basically, we did Alpha 1 in April. I'm just trying to see here. The stream looks a little choppy for me, but I guess let me know in chat if there's any issues. It could just be my computer overloading with too much stuff. So yeah, we did Alpha 1 in April, and it was super exciting. It was the first time we really got the game out there in a public way, and we had lots of people finally sharing and playing the game in a way that we haven't before. And I think by all accounts it was a huge success, and the game, it went super well, but it also gave us a chance to figure out some of the stuff in the game that wasn't working as well as we wanted to. And that's kind of what we've been a big part of what we focused on since Alpha 2. Since Alpha 1 for Alpha 2, and also to some extent for Alpha 3. There's some stuff that we just weren't able to fully get to. But there's also another big thing which is coming in Alpha 2, which is Empires. And so before we get into everything that's kind of changed about from Alpha 1 to Alpha 2, I wanted to talk a little bit about the supporter badge stuff. And kind of how that's going to impact, or how that's going to change things about Alpha 2 from Alpha 1. So for those of you who don't know, we recently announced the BitCraft supporter badge. This was something that we did primarily out of community kind of request. We had a lot of people basically asking us this question, leading to hey, how can we support the game? We love BitCraft. We want to help support the development, and how is there a way for us to give you guys some money? So we created the supporter badge, and we're super excited that we sold out of the limited stock that we had in such a short time. I know some of the people here today weren't able to get one in time. The reason we had to limit these is because we still have a limited server capacity that we can do for the game that we're working very hard on raising, but we wanted to make sure that we didn't just sell a ton of these to the point where we sell more than we can actually support, and then we have people essentially paying money to support us, and part of that is us guaranteeing them access to all the play tests. And what that actually ends up playing out as is everyone waiting in queue. And so we want to make sure that we didn't sell too many of these and overpromise what we could deliver on. And so we capped how many we put up for sale. And they sold out right now, but we're planning to open that up to more people in the future, just to make sure that anybody who wants to support us has the opportunity to, when we're sure that we can deliver on kind of the rewards that we're promising for that. So that's a bit of an update there. Where we're starting out for Alpha 2 is based on how many of these we've sold. We're actually primarily just starting with everyone who bought a supporter badge is going to get access today. If you didn't get a supporter badge, there's still going to be random invites sent out to anyone who's signed up on the BitCraft Hub. So I guess if you haven't done that yet, I would definitely, let me link that here. You should be able to go to our site and sign up if you just go to the homepage. Let me see here. Yeah, so if you haven't already signed up and if you bought a supporter badge, you've definitely signed up. But if you haven't signed up, I would recommend go to our website, click sign up, make an account. This will put you in the kind of consideration for getting a random invite to Alpha 2. the supporter badge guarantees you access to all future playtests, but we're still giving out random invites and whatnot. So if you just sign up and you don't feel like buying a supporter badge, that's totally fine. There's a decent chance, or I can't say what the chance is because I can't say for sure how many people will get invites, and there's a lot of people signed up, but there is a chance that you will be able to get in to Alpha 2 if you just sign up on our website. And I think from the last Alpha, a lot of people got in, and I imagine we'll be sending out a lot of random invites as well, in addition to the supporter badges. I think as we're able to, we might also open up more stock of the supporter badges if there's people who didn't make it in time to get one of those and they just want to support us as well. So I think that's that. Yeah, I'm hoping that, depending on what the CCU and the queue looks like today, we'll see if we can send some more invites out as soon as we get a reading on where that's at. We want to make sure that there's not too many people waiting in queue, or we're not also crashing the server. So I think I covered that stuff. I guess the next thing is, let me just give me 1 second here. So the next thing that I wanted to go over was actually the patch notes for Alpha 2. So I think we're going to post these in the Discord at some point in the future, but we have them here right now, and so I wanted to kind of read them on stream and see what you guys think. So let me just see here. Yeah, we got some pretty exciting stuff. I think primarily the patch notes for Alpha 2 is basically empires, which is like a whole new thing. If anything, it was the one thing that we wanted to have in BitCraft going into Alpha that we just weren't able to get in a way that we were happy with in time for Alpha 1. And so it was kind of the last thing that we really were supposed to have before moving to Alpha that kind of completes all of the pillars of the game. And there's still a huge amount of work to be done as far as like fleshing those out and like building more horizontal and vertical depth to all the content in the gameplay, and improving the mechanics and all the stuff. But the core underlying like systems of like what are the possible things you can do in BitCraft, empires was kind of the last missing link there. But there's also a ton of new stuff on the content side, quality of life side, and bug fix side that is coming in Alpha 2. That's all from stuff that we learned in Alpha 1 that we were only able to figure out and do because of all the feedback that you guys gave us in Alpha 1. So I really want to thank everyone in the community for that. It was super helpful. It was the biggest way we've seen people play the game kind of at scale thus far. And so we were able to gain a ton of insights. Nice. So was the pillar to the moon not vertical enough for you? Great question. That should be a lot harder this time, but I'm excited to see how much you guys can push the systems that we believe we've balanced. Sweet. So let me get into the patch notes. I guess for the summary section, we kind of have 3 points here. Number one is we've added empires to BitCraft. And so I'm really excited to see what you guys do with this. Who's going to rule the world? Is there going to be one empire that takes everything that everyone falls under? Is there going to be a whole bunch of, warring factions like Game of Thrones? Yeah, I'm really excited to see what people do with this. The next big thing is we really reworked all of the core profession content to hopefully make it much better. I think there was there was all kinds of feedback that we got from players, and there's a lot of details in this that I won't go super deeply in the patch notes, but I'm excited to see what you guys think when you play it yourselves. As far as basically all the crafting trees within every profession, we've completely rethought through and reshuffled around stuff. We've added tons of new items, deleted some of the old items. We've changed the dependencies of which skills need other skills to craft certain things. We've reworked the way we handled like the high quality versions of some stuff into kind of a more consistent symmetric thing that we call like refined items that are require a lot more things going into them. And then we've also changed the way the XP rates work for gathering and crafting, so that you're much more incentivized to like chase the highest tier that you can access, as opposed to just always spamming the tier 1 stuff to get the best XP rates. That should be much more balance now, so that you'll have the highest tier players chasing the highest tier stuff instead of decimating the tier 1 biomes that the new players are trying to use. And then another big thing that we found is that the way the scales were interacting with each other, like the character scale and the settlement scale, there was a lot of friction here, especially when you didn't trust the players that you were working with. And so we took, I would say, a first step here. Really, the next big step is coming hopefully in Alpha 3, as far as making it easier to trade and easier to work with other players that you don't fully trust. And so the main thing that we have here for Alpha 2 is we've kind of broadened the category of vehicles to now be called deployables. And this basically includes essentially things that function similarly to how vehicles function in Alpha 1, but they have more functionality and they aren't necessarily always like a moving vehicle that you like ride on. So for example, we've added 2 new categories of these deployables. One is a portable barter stand. So it's basically your own personal barter stall that you can deploy anywhere in the world without a claim, that you personally own, that functions like a trading stall that you would normally have in a settlement. And so now you can go to someone else's settlement, set up your trading stall, put whatever you want for sale, and you can just trade with everybody in that town. And so we're hoping that we're actually going to see real like farmers markets, like markets where every player has their own stall. I think that's going to be super cool. It doesn't solve all the problems we had in Alpha 1. There's some stuff that's coming later, but I think this is going to be a huge step in the right direction. And we've also added kind of an extension of that, which is a hybrid of that and the cart. So we actually have a trader cart that's in the game as well, that players will be able to unlock. So you can literally build a cart that you can sell stuff off of, and you can wheel that around the world and be a wandering trader if you want. The other type, in addition to the deployable barter stand, is the personal cache. And so this is basically the same thing, but it focuses more on your inventory and storage. And so you can go walk into some larger town, set up your personal cache either just outside the town or somewhere inside the town, and you can put all your personal items in there to act as kind of like a personal storage chest without necessarily having inventory and build permission in the town. Hopefully this is kind of moving in the direction of allowing players to kind of progress in the game as a character without joining and fully being a trusted member of a settlement. You can kind of treat the other player's settlement as like an NPC village that you're just buying and selling stuff from. You're using their crafting stations, and you have your personal like bank essentially that you can set up in that settlement. So I'm really excited to see how people use these 2 new deployables, because I think they're really going to change what you can do in the game. And we've definitely, I believe, made it so that they're very early accessible in the game. Like you should be able to get both of these within the first hour of playing the game, and you'll be able to upgrade them as you get deeper in the game. But I'm really hopeful that it will, make it so you can do stuff that you couldn't do back in Alpha 1. And we want to keep leaning in this direction as far as, some stuff that will maybe be coming in Alpha 3 to better support this is making it so crafting stations can be more public in settlements, including the passive crafting ones, so that you can be a character that can progress and reach level 99 or 100 in your skills without ever like setting up a claim yourself, or even joining a claim officially. You can just walk into town, buy the stuff you need, store your stuff in your cache, go out on an adventure, gather some stuff, do some stuff, come back, sell it to the town, set up your market stall. Basically, you can play and advance your character without dealing with the settlement scale. I see people asking in chat if the server's live. The server's not live yet. We have it all ready to go. In a few minutes in the stream, we're going to kind of get to a point, and then we're going to go live with everyone. So just stay tuned, and I guess hang out here if you want to have the first info on when everything's going to start.
There is a question that a few people have asked. Is the map the same as the last alpha test?
Great question. So that's in my points here. The map is not the same. We've got a completely new map. It has some similarities in that, like, some of the more Arctic colder biomes are probably in the north, and some of the warmer stuff is probably in the south. But there is it's a new map, and we've introduced kind of some new changes to it to hopefully make it more interesting. The one little teaser I'll give for that is we've got a huge kind of island chain that we've set up. So for players who wanted to build a claim and build a settlement that like captures the whole island, that should definitely be possible for a lot more people. And I'm really excited to see how that like island kind of chain stuff works with the Empire stuff as well. I see someone asked a question, Minch Crunch, how do players who got a supporter badge friend key get the new launcher? So the link to the launcher is a public link, like anybody can download that. And then if you bought a supporter badge, you'll get keys sent to your email, and you can send those keys to your friend, and then they can just put in, I have a game key, and they can sign up from there. I think maybe Alessandro or someone, I think you can get the link to the launcher in the Discord, but we can have someone post that maybe in chat behind the scenes who's listening here can share the correct link in the chat. And then anybody who needs the download can download that. So someone can share that in a few minutes in the chat. I guess
the launcher links were sent out in emails.
They were sent out in the email. Yeah, someone just posted it in the chat there. Yeah, so you can download from that link. That Play BitCraft Online zip. I believe the zip one is the one that you want. There was an issue with that exe installer link, so I think download that zip. Yeah, people have shared it in the chat, so go for that, and then you should be able to get it downloaded. Use the key that you got in the email, and you should be good.
One more thing on biomes that I saw a couple other people also ask is, are the biomes more split up this time around, or are they still huge chunks?
Good questions.
What is it like?
Yeah, so I think the biomes are mostly, there's definitely stuff we want to evolve with the game world. I'd say it's mostly the way they're laid out is similar to Alpha 1 in that they're kind of larger, they're like larger blobs, I guess. They're like kind of contiguous instead of like speckled around. The main reason for that is just like the way the biomes interact with the progression, but I think there's ways that we're looking at evolving that for Alpha 3 and beyond. So stay tuned for that. We'll see what changes might come. Have you changed the spawn coding? How to work at release? Will friends have TP capabilities? We have plans for this. It's not implemented yet in Alpha 2. Everyone should be spawning in a reasonably close area that you should be able to walk to your friends for Alpha 2. We have a system that allows you to teleport to your friends. We don't have it kind of working in the way we want it to work, that we think it was able to be included in Alpha 2, but it certainly is coming for the future. I think how you spawn and get into the world and kind of the onboarding is something that's going to be a big focus of Alpha 3, so there'll be more improvements coming on that. I guess to not hold up going live with Alpha 2, I'll keep kind of persevering on the patch notes, because I do want to go through the big changes to Empires and discuss that before it goes live, because we were able to add Empires, and I think it's working in a really exciting way, but we don't have a ton of onboarding for it and explanation for it in game right now. And so I really want to hopefully talk about it here. I think we're going to release a video this week, hopefully, that kind of shows off a bit of the Empire stuff and also explains it a bit more to kind of create a bit of a tutorial and a showcase of Empires. But I can walk you through how Empires works right now. So the way it works at the start is the first thing you have to do is you need to be a claim owner, and you need to go to the research tab of your claim. And in the tier 1 research, there is a new type of research called Empire Infrastructure, and it costs a whole bunch of supplies. But once you research that, your claim is a candidate to be a part of an empire. This is needed to both join an empire, like have your settlement align with an empire, or found a new empire. So if you want to found an empire, the first thing you have to do is this research. Once you've completed this research, I believe you'll have a new tab in your claim UI, which is called Empire. And you can go to that tab and you can use that. There's some interface in there to found an empire. When you found an empire, it will cost Hexite shards. These are the new kind of currency that we talked about in the blog. The Hexite shards can be found in your vault. So if you purchased a supporter badge, when you log into the game for the first time, you should have your shards from the supporter badge initialized in your vault. So if you go to the vault, there's now a third tab called shards. You can go there, you can see how many shards you have. There's also the ability to purchase more shards here. For Alpha 2, we aren't charging money for any of the shards. We have a kind of 100% off in the store there. So every 24 hours, you'll be able to kind of 100% off purchase some amount of shards to just make sure that, people don't run out. Or if you didn't purchase a supporter badge, you have some way to get some shards to participate in the Empire stuff. because we really want people to stress test empires in this playtest. In the future, this won't be 100% off and you'll have to purchase these. Not relevant for Alpha 2, but when you do purchase these, you'll be purchasing them to your account, and that will reset. Like, you'll have that amount at the start of every playtest. So if you purchase them, it's not like you're only purchasing them for one playtest. It will be permanently purchased to your hub account, and then at the start of each playtest, you'll initialize with that many shards, just like you will for the supporter badge. So if you purchased a supporter badge, don't think that by doing Empire stuff in Alpha 2 that you're spending these shards forever. At the start of Alpha 3, you'll start with the same amount. So just so that's clear. And then, so once you have these shards and you've researched the Empire infrastructure, you can go to your claim, go to the Empire tab, and you can found your Empire. You can choose a name for your Empire. When you do this, you'll also be assigned a primary and a secondary color. Right now, these are done automatically for you and randomly, but in the future, you'll be able to customize these colors and potentially even more about like the banner or something of your Empire. For now, these are just assigned. And once you've done that, you've essentially founded your Empire. So you now have an Empire. Your claim is now the capital city of your Empire. However, you have no territory. And so the first thing you'll notice is that you as the Emperor have a broken crown appearing above your head. This broken crown represents kind of how successful your Empire is. You'll get a crown that reflects the kind of the size and success of your Empire. And so in order to repair your broken crown, the first step that you need to do is capture some territory. The way you can do this is that basically empires need to spend hexite shards to do a lot of the stuff that they want to do. But these hexite shards that empires spend don't come from the emperor's vault. They come from the hexite shard like treasury of the empire. And so the first step you're going to want to do is open the Empire UI, which you'll have a new tab on your UI once you found the Empire. You can also open this with P, I believe, the hotkey P on your keyboard. Once you open that UI, you'll have a way to donate your personal shards to the Empire. Once you donate them to the Empire, they can't be taken back, and the Empire can't like withdraw them in any way. So like once they go to the Empire, they stay in the Empire. And then from that, the Empire can use those shards to create a new building called the Empire Foundry. This foundry is where you take the hexite shards and refine them into the hexite capsules. And so this costs Empire shards from the... Yes, I see someone in chat. Can we switch between claim menus now? You can. That's coming in the patch notes coming up. The hexite capsules are your basically your main ingredient of empires. And so you use these to craft a bunch of the stuff in empires, but they have a process of kind of like refining them. So this will be something that you can only do in the capital city of your empire, your capital claim. And kind of the idea here is you have to produce these hexite capsules in your capital, and then as far as your empire reaches, you're going to have to deliver them to the wide reaches of your empire. And so first you'll build the foundry or multiple foundries using the hexite shards in your treasury. Then you can start using the hexite shards in your treasury, as well as it will take supplies directly from your claim. So crafting these capsules requires hexite shards in the empire treasury and supplies supplied to your capital city's claim totem. So if you start crafting a bunch of these, be wary that you don't like drain your claim totem of your capital city too low to the point where your claim is gonna lose all its supplies and then become available for being captured. So just be wary of that. But what this means is that anybody can add supplies to the claim totem to kind of continue the process of creating these capsules. So it makes it easier to process the whole crafting flow. Once you start crafting these capsules, basically the main thing you use the capsules for is creating territory, maintaining territory, and capturing territory. So you can use the capsule to go create a new watchtower, which is the way that you create territory. In order to create one of these watchtowers, you need approval from the emperor or an authority. An authority is basically a rank that the emperor has blessed upon someone. So as the empire grows in size, the emperor can assign more of these ranks to players in the empire. So these are basically ways to give like trusted permissions to players, but you can also use these as cosmetics. So you can give a player a rank that's purely symbolic, that has no special permissions, but you can choose the name of that rank. So you could, if you're an emperor, you could call yourself the king. You could make a few people like your dukes, and you could make a bunch of people your knights, and like maybe the dukes can like maintain territory, but then the knights are just symbolic, and they just show that like these people are important people in the empire. So you can basically do with these ranks whatever you want. We're trying to create a system where the empire or the emperor has control of how they want to run their empire. You could even make it so like the top 3 ranks are all called like counselors, and you run an empire in kind of like a democratic fashion is totally possible. Right now that's not enforced through logic. It kind of requires a little bit of trust on how players run this. We want to see what people do, and we'll try to support things that aren't supported right now in the game. I see some people asking a bunch of questions about the empires and the way that you purchase the shards and how they're used. I would recommend going and reading our blog post on this. We talk about a lot of the questions that I think people are asking here. There is a blog post that I will link right now called Empires in BitCraft that was written by our CEO. And you can hopefully have most of your questions answered by reading this. If you have more questions after that, feel free to throw them in the chat, and I'll try to get to them once we get through the patch notes. Continuing with the empire, so you can set up these watchtowers. Once you set them up, they need more hexite capsules to be maintained. And then, so you want to be careful about, excuse me, how many of these watchtowers you build means you're going to have to maintain more territory. It also means you have more territory that's vulnerable to being sieged by other emperors. And so the way sieging works is you also use the same hexite capsules, and you, instead of placing a watchtower, you go to an opposing empire's watchtower and you place a hexite cannon, which you can place using the hexite capsule. And then basically from that point on, it's a tug of war between the attacker and the defender, where the attackers are using capsules to charge the cannon and the weapon, and the defenders are using hexite capsules to charge the shields of the watchtower. And basically, whichever thing runs out of energy first will be the winner of the siege. And so it's essentially a tug of war where, you know, whoever can supply their thing better is going to ultimately win the siege. But the siege processes over time. So it's not a case where you can just, you know, if some other emperor is asleep, you can go start a siege and immediately capture their thing. If they've sufficiently maintained their watchtower, when you start that siege, it will take hours to maybe even a day before you would be able to completely deplete their shields. And so that gives them time to respond. However, over time, this does ramp up so that it gets more, you know, if a siege goes on and on and on, the stakes get higher and higher and higher. And the amount of kind of investment from both sides needed to keep kind of playing the siege gets higher and higher. So it kind of forces you to maybe like cut your losses at some point before you invest too deeply in holding onto some watchtower that someone else really wants to take. Final stuff for empires. We also have an empire layer on the map, which was just recently added. This is a first iteration, so I think there'll be more improvements made to this. But you should be able to see on the map, you know, the territory of each empire. And this is something that we really want to show off, because the whole point of being an emperor is that you can own part of the world, and this is a finite resource that everyone has to use. And so by you being able to capture all this territory in the world, everyone gets to see that, you know, we're part of the, you know, X whatever empire. And, you know, this is the emperor. And when you see them walking around, they have the super crown that shows how much territory they have. And so we really want to kind of make that exciting. You know, even just running into the emperor in the wild should be a really, you know, exciting moment. So getting to kind of some of the other stuff outside of empires that we've added. I mentioned a bit before about the new content. So we've updated hundreds, probably thousands of recipes in the game to give each profession a new and improved crafting progression and set of dependencies. We've made the research and like upgrading through the tier process completely different than it was before. So instead of needing the perfected tools that kind of come together, we saw a big problem in Alpha 1 where the perfected tools were kind of like the key to the next tier, but you had to give them to a person. And if that person left or they logged off or whatever, it kind of blocked you, even though you'd gotten the key to the next tier, but then you kind of were missing that key when you needed it. And so now the way it works is all tools in the game can gather the tier above them. However, in order to advance a claim to the next tier, you need kind of this capstone item, which is essentially similar to the way the perfected tools were in the past, but you need a lot more of it. To upgrade the claim to the next tier, you need to basically master the current tier. And in addition to this, one thing that wasn't fully implemented in Alpha 1 is you actually need to upgrade your claim to the next tier to be able to build buildings of that tier. So without a claim being upgraded to a certain tier, you can't really reach that next tier. Like, you can gather the stuff, but you can't do anything with it. And so now it's the case that you'll actually need to upgrade your claim. And this should be like more of a communal thing that people are doing. But once the claim upgrades, it benefits everyone instead of just whoever has the tool. So I'm hoping that this will be an improvement from what we had in Alpha 1. I'm sure there'll still be some flaws in it. And that's what I want you guys to play through in Alpha 2 and tell me what I failed to think about and what we failed to consider on the design team. But I think it's a big step in the right direction. And I'm hoping, with a few more of these, we'll get it in a really good spot. Next is we've added the concept of typed stockpiles to the game. So I think this is really exciting because of how it allows you to organize your base. And so what this means is that you can actually build a stockpile that's like a lumber yard, and it can only take certain types of cargo, but it can hold a lot more of them than a normal generic stockpile would. And so this not only allows you to like have kind of a more dense storage, but it also is a way that you can kind of force your base to stay organized. I'm sure many people had the experience in Alpha 1 where they like built like 5 stockpiles, and then people are just putting random cargo and random things, and then the OCD people among you are like, no, you have to put the trunk in this stockpile, not in that stockpile. And in the past, you could name them, but we all know the people in our claim who just don't follow the rules. Now you can force them to do that. I see a question in chat from Kyria. Have you made farming less painful? So farming and also I would say fishing are two professions that we have a pretty different idea of how we want them to work mechanically. The way they're implemented right now was basically just taking advantage of the crafting and gathering systems that we already had to add them conceptually to the game, but they're not working the way we intend them to work. So we haven't been able to make those mechanical changes to fishing and farming yet in Alpha 2, but we've done a few things that I think are going to make the user experience much smoother. So one thing we've done on farming is we've created larger farm fields. So in Alpha 1, when you had farming, say you wanted to have like 50 farming tiles, you would have to build 50 individual buildings that you have to like open the UI, plant the plant, go to the next one, open the UI, plant the plant. Now you can build a farm field that's 1 tile, 3 tiles, 5 tiles, and 7 tiles. So if you build these 7 tile farm plots, it's not perfect. It still has some of the kind of clumsiness of the old user experience, but it's 7 times. You have to do the process 7 times less than you did in Alpha 1. So I'm hoping it's a good stepping stone to where we want to get, where the user experience of it should be dramatically less painful, even though like mechanically it's not exactly what we want. It's hopefully a lot less painful than how it worked before. So really happy to have that one in.
One thing someone asked was, are we able to build outside of a claim anymore?
So that's a good question. So you are, I believe, for tier 1. And so this is a bit of a kind of a limitation that had to come with this, where it's like part of what we want is to make building up a claim like through the research is a process that takes time and energy. And so reaching these higher tier structures is something that you have to do in one of these established claims. Part of the motivation for this is like we saw people would do this in Alpha 2, where they would just like take a few ingredients, go to some random, like go to another biome that's higher tier where there's higher tier materials. They would drop a crafting station there like instantly, and then they could basically process the materials on the spot and then bring it back in a much dense form back to their base. The reason we don't want this to be like this is because we want there to be an incentive for someone to go set up a town in that biome, right? We don't want everyone building all the towns in the most central position possible. We want there to be an advantage and a reward for someone going and setting up a town in the desert, because when they do that, they can upgrade it, invest in it, and they can build those crafting stations in the desert that now there's a huge motivation for people to gather stuff in the desert, take it to that desert town, process it there, and buy and sell stuff there. And it creates basically like a market opportunity as well as like an incentive just for establishing there. If you have to kind of upgrade your claim to be able to process the stuff there. So we think I agree that it's a bit more of a limitation than we had in Alpha 1. But we think it's healthier for the game and kind of the player-driven economy. So we'll see how it plays out. If we determine that this is bad for the game, we can revert it. But I think it's a step in the right direction. I guess continuing from there, we one thing I think people are going to be really excited about is we added achievements for world exploration. So I know we had a few people in Alpha 1 that were very passionate about exploring the world, and so we were able to get achievements hooked up. So you'll get achievements and unique titles for exploring more and more of the world. So hopefully that feels a little bit more rewarding as well. I mentioned this already, but we've rebalanced the XP across all the tiers. So now if you're a forester and you're trying to get, say you're level 50 and you're trying to get to level 60, the best thing for you to do XP wise is going to be to go chase those tier 5 and tier 6 trees, because that's going to give the best XP rates. And so staying in the calm forest and chopping all the trees that are tier 1 is going to be, you know, a few factors less XP per hour than chasing those highest tier resources. So it's hopefully going to be a lot more encouraging to go explore the far reaches of the world to chase those kind of higher tier resources than it was in Alpha 1, where I think technically the best XP rate was actually staying in the lowest tier biome because of the crit rate and how that would impact your XP per hour by gathering the lowest possible tier thing. So that was definitely a mistake in the content that we've hopefully fixed. And the last thing, the last kind of high level thing on the new content side is we have a bunch of new emotes. A lot of these are themed around empires. So we've got like some bowing, some like saluting and stuff like that. But I think the people are gonna get a lot of fun out of these new emotes, especially once we have some emperor action going on. Having people, you know, standing up there with their hands out and having other people bowing to them or waving to them or saluting them, I think is going to be a really fun, just like thematic roleplay side of the game. Let's see here. Some of the quality of life stuff. I already talked about the farm fields. I talked about one thing is if a player puts a vehicle or some of these new deployable barter stands or personal caches in your claim, you can right click on it and there's an action now to like bump it off of your claim. So you can't delete it because, you know, maybe they have something important in there that they want to come back for, but you can kick it off your claim. So if something's in the middle of your beautiful town square, you can, you know, say, hey, get rid of this and knock it off your claim to the edge. It's not a perfect solution, but I think it's an improvement from what we had before. So I'm hoping people will like that. A new thing that we added, which I think maybe actually now is a good time that we could do a bit of screen sharing.
So before we get into screen sharing, we have encountered a bug with OBS. So we need to do a quick restart of the stream. It'll take about 5 seconds and everyone here may have to refresh. But then we can get into screen sharing and it should be good.
Okay. Does that sound good, everyone? So stay tuned. As soon as the stream pauses, do a refresh and you should get back in.
Yeah. So just 10 seconds.
All right. We're back? Okay.
Yeah, we should be back. All right.
Sweet. So
Let's
I think
get into screen sharing.
Yeah. Let me know when we're sharing. We're still not in the BitCraft category, Simon, if you can fix that.
Yeah, we were in software and game development, but yeah,
I see. I think, yeah, let's swap over to the BitCraft category. I think that would be a good way to kick it off.
Sure. Okay. We are now showing the game.
Sweet. You guys can see the game. They're saying that there's some audio issues. Can you guys hear me?
Are there audio issues?
They're saying your audio, Simon, is only coming through one ear. Apparently, like it's fully panned to the left or right or something. Okay, yeah, we'll get that fixed. Yeah. So the thing that I'll show you guys first about the game is we've got a complete lighting overhaul. So I'm really excited about this. Our art director Morgan has been hard at work to make the game look much better, hopefully. So especially the lighting around the shadows and stuff is completely updated, and so it should, I think, make the game look just like more realistically lit. as well as just having like the colors and shadows and stuff look much better. Yeah, it's hard to tell here. We've got like a big kind of like open town settlement area here, but I think once you guys get into game and walk around a bit, you'll be able to see firsthand. Someone's asking, when are the servers going to be up? We're going to turn the servers online any minute. We're just going through the last of the patch notes, and then we're going to kind of kick things off by opening the server up for everyone. I know, stop being such a tease. I'm sorry. I know if we go live right now and I keep reading out the patch notes, nobody's going to be listening. Everyone's going to be off jumping into BitCraft. So we have to finish the patch notes. We're almost done. The thing that I'm extremely excited to show you guys that I wanted to do since before Alpha 1 and we finally done is if you see here, you guys know there's the ability to rename like nickname buildings and stuff in your settlement. Well, now we've added a thing which right now I'm calling alt inspect, but it's similar to some other games. And what you can do with that is you can tap alt and it will now show nicknamed structures in world space. So this is especially useful for what we've done here, which is you can set up your shops and you can basically go through here and you can tell just by looking at them what the names are. This also works for a variety of other stuff. You can see our claim here. The trading post is kind of has a thing here. You can also Voxel here just set up his trader stand. So this is that personal deployable that I mentioned. So you can actually see the name and the type of the thing. Why didn't I open with this? I'm sorry. I needed to show. Seeing is believing. I needed to get to the screen share part so you guys could see it firsthand. If I just explained it, it wouldn't be as impactful, you know? So the other thing is I can come in here and I can drop some items on the ground and you can see that actually will show up as well. So it can actually give you an idea of like how many items are on the ground. It works for cargo as well. So that's pretty exciting. Let me see, what else do we got here? You can also, on the map, we have, because the Empire system operates on the territory grid, if I open the map here, we now added the ability, if you hit F2, it will show the grid of all the territory squares on the map. And so right now, as you capture Empire territory, it'll be on this grid system. It's unclear for the future if we'll stay on this big grid or we'll do something more granular. I see people asking, but right now, part of being able to, decide where you're going to expand your empire is we want to make sure you can actually visualize this grid. The map doesn't zoom out any further than it did in Alpha 1. This is something I'd like to change, but we need to fix a little bit of performance stuff with the map. So hopefully that can be something that we can increase more in the future. So few final things. Another thing that is pretty impactful, which will be a little bit of a, hopefully I don't spoiler too much of the content here, but you guys know in the past, we would have some items where like when you craft it, you get like a random output of stuff. Someone's saying voice chat. There's no voice chat in the game.
Proximity chat would be
proximity
pretty cool.
chat. There's no proximity chat. It's something we've thought about. It will be down the road if it is possible. How long will Alpha 2 last? The plan right now is around 5 weeks. We really want to see, with the changes we've made to the content, as well as with the Empire system, how does this play out in a longer term? We weren't able to, because we reworked all the existing content, we weren't able to add any tiers beyond tier 6 to the game for Alpha 2. But the plan for the next Alpha will be to add more tiers. And so I'm really hopeful that, this test can be around 5 weeks. And then for Alpha 3, we can go even longer and have more content, more horizontal or more vertical content with the core progression, and then also more horizontal content as well. And so the thing that I was getting to there was with the probabilistic outputs. So for example, some of you guys might remember when you catch a crawdad, right? Before it was like, oh, what do I craft this into? Or like, where do I get shells? I think was a common thing. So now when you go to the use tab, it'll actually show you the range of outputs. And so if you're, trying to find out like, hey, how do I get this thing? Or what do I do? Or like, where do I get bait? You can actually like follow this all the way through. How do I do this? Oops, not that. Like if I go to bait, and I'm like, how do I get bait? Well, I can actually find out here. It's not just like a black hole where it's like, well, you get bait from like bait and shells, which is like this like kind of item that represents the probabilistic output. Now you can actually see the possible output from this. So you can actually be like, okay, I need bait. Well, I get it from, oh, look, I can obtain it from the crawdads, and then I can navigate to that, which it doesn't seem like the navigation is working here. Maybe I'm doing the wrong hotkey, but you could navigate to that. And then from there, you could say, well, how do I get that? And that crashes your UI. So we'll have to figure that out and fix that with a hotfix. So I'm going to have to quickly restart my stream here. So Simon, if you want to transition maybe. Yeah. There's a reason it's an alpha, guys.
True.
Pardon? Yeah, go ahead.
I was just asking, is my audio all right for everyone in chat? Because I think it's fine for you, right? Oh, mine is still bugged. Audio's on the other side now. I'm not doing anything, but all right.
Okay. Let's see. All right, so I think without further ado, we want to get people into the game here. So you want to transition back to the screen share, Simon, if we're good? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Are we screen sharing?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'll riff off in 10 seconds a few of the really important bug fixes, and then I think let's get this thing live. So a few things. We prevented buildings from being moved across dimensions inside and outside of building interiors that was causing some issues. We prevented several issues with resource respawning. Let there be darters. I think the darters, the lavender problems, hopefully that's all fixed. If it's not fixed, you guys tell me and we'll figure out what's wrong. We fixed a bug allowing you to disembark up cliffs. I know some people were doing this in the Rocky Garden to quickly get up to the top of those cliffs. Now you're gonna have to climb, sorry, but that's how it's supposed to be. We fixed issues with when you were gathering stuff. Sometimes you'd have empty inventory slots and it would still go on the ground. That should be fixed now. We fixed a bug where you could trade cargo in the item trade slots of a player-to-player trade. This was a bug. We're going to add a cargo-to-cargo slot for player trade in the future, but this is now fixed because it could cause some problems. We fixed a bug that allowed you to stack cargo infinitely. Yeah, no more doing this. Hopefully this will make trade more balanced. And we fixed a bug allowing you to terraform below the minimum height of the world. We've also rebalanced terraforming to be a little bit more expensive at the upper bound. So hopefully that will, people will still be able to do some cool stuff, but you won't be able to go quite as crazy as we did at the end of Alpha 1. But yeah, I think that there's lots of other tiny bug fixes that we've done, but that hits the major stuff. The final thing, which I guess I can talk a bit about as we start to bring the game live. So I guess Alessandro, if you're back there, let me just send him a message. I think we're good to bring it up. So for those of you who have a key, who have the launcher, we'll bring it up in the next few minutes and you should be able to start to try to connect. While you guys are doing that, I can talk a little bit about some of the plan that we have here. Did we fix glitching through the walls that abuse hitboxes? We fixed some of the issues with the hitbox movement stuff. I think there's still, for performance reasons, there's still some stuff that we haven't been able to fix fully without having too much of a performance cost. So we are, I think we fixed the vast majority of stuff though. Mince, you're so good at debating. What do you mean? I've said the server's coming up. I can't make it go any faster. It's up. I've said the word. People saying they're in, so I'm not debating anyone. Go log in. Let's see. The thing that I was getting to is that okay, seems like as you guys are logging in, you're causing me some errors. So this shouldn't show up in the production builds that you guys are using though. So the thing that I was getting to is one thing that we wanted to do for Alpha 2 is, I think in Alpha 1, we had some of the systems in place to allow players to kind of like travel around and visit people's towns and interact with stuff there. But we didn't really show players how they could set these tools up to work for them in this way. And so one thing that we decided to do on the design team for Alpha 2 is we wanted to create a bit of an example of how you could set up a town to be a little bit more like stranger friendly. And so what we've done is we actually set up here in the world before the playtest begun a town, which we've named the Trading Post. And this is intended to be a example of how you could run a claim that is very like new player friendly or like stranger untrusted player friendly. And this is kind of also taking into account the new deployables that we've added. So the barter trader stands and the personal caches should hopefully lend to this as well. But the way this works is, where can I get the installer? I've not got a working to alpha installer yet. So someone can post the link in chat, but the links went out in the emails. If you're getting a key from, check the pins. I think one of the mods pinned it. So give that a shot. The exclamation launcher works. So give that a shot. Is this a blockchain game? No. You can, I think we've got a statement somewhere. There's a tweet somewhere about
on Twitter,
the official statement on
Discord.
Yeah, it's a pinned thing in our announcements on Discord. This is not a blockchain game. It has nothing to do with blockchain. It has nothing to do with crypto. It's just a game. So that's that, I guess. I guess to finish my point here about what we're looking to do with with this town. Yeah, hi stream. Character names can't contain spaces. I'm not sure about that. Maybe that's the correct. I think they maybe should be able to in the future. So we will see about that. Can we build over water? Not yet, but that's something that we definitely want to support. We want to let you terraform in water, probably, which you can't do right now, or at least like build a bridge or something, and or a platform, and we want to let you like build like a floating city or something. I see people saying, is it possible to capture Coyote within walls? I assume you mean Coyote, the Clockwork Labs.
Yeah. They mentioned him
staff.
Capturing him.
Yeah, if you build some walls around him, you can still capture him. So yeah, that is still possible. Add spaces to names, please. I will take this to the team and see. I think probably what happened was we had some issues with people putting invalid characters that were breaking things, and so we hit it with a sledgehammer and just said like, nothing that's not a letter or a number can be in a name, and just to like fix the problem. And then what I think we want to do is roll that back and say like, okay, stuff that should reasonably be allowed should be allowed, and we'll make that more permissive. The shard amount is bugging out a lot. I'm not sure what you mean by the shard amount, Kyria. If you're having an issue with your shards from your supporter badge getting translated to in-game, if possible, can you report that as like report that to support, the support email. I think the shard amount is a flashing the number on the UI. Okay, we'll take a look into that. Oh, I see here. Yeah, I'm getting the same thing. We'll figure this out. So yeah, someone behind the scenes will take a look at this, and we'll figure it out. Yeah, we'll figure that out. I guess the last thing to finish up this is, so we've set this town up to hopefully be an example, and the way it's intended to work is like any player who wants to play the game solo or kind of semi-solo without setting up a big claim themselves, or without joining a claim that they're a trusted member of, we encourage you guys to come here to the trading post. The coordinates are here, north basically 900, east 1675, and try to use this town just as essentially pretending it's like an NPC town in a traditional MMO. Like, you can just come in here, and the one thing you do have to do right now is if you come over to the trading post here and go to recruitment, we have 99 openings for level 1 in any skill. So any person can just come here in the game. You can click recruitment, click join. You'll join the members list here, and then once you've joined the members list, I'll post the coordinates in chat. The coordinates are north 900, east 1675. come to the trading post. Yeah, they have made Boston in Salem, essentially. So the goal here is that if you are a solo player and you want to play the game in kind of a more organic way, the way we kind of intend it to be, is you can come here and you can just go cut down trees, bring them to town and sell them. You can go gather fiber, come to town and sell it. If you want to be a tailor, you can come to town, buy some fiber, craft it into string, sell it back, and make a profit. And like just do these little things to kind of try to play through the game. We haven't seeded this with anything like crazy unobtainable or like cheated excessively to set this up. It's all stuff that could reasonably be established within like 8 hours of playing, basically. And we're not going to be doing anything fishy or kind of cheaty here for any advantage. Really, the goal here is to just set something up that allows players who are playing the game solo to get an idea of how they could play the game once there are some more established towns in the steady state, and also to give other towns that are looking to set up kind of to be more stranger kind of like trader friendly, give them an idea of how they could set it up. And so the way it works is once you set up these recruitment slots and somebody joins the recruitment slot, they just have member permission. They can't access any of the storage. They can't access any of the passive crafting buildings, but what they can do is they can trade. And so they can come here, they can go to the loom shop. And in this case, what we've done is we've set up a we've set up a trade that resembles the underlying crafting recipe. So someone can come here, they can trade in 2 spools of thread, a little bit of hex coins for a cloth strip. And then what can happen then is the owners of the town can come here and they can take from this shop the spools of thread that were turned in. They can go to their loom, they can start crafting it, and then they can take the output of that back here and put it into the shop in stock. And so now you as the owner of the town can kind of run the facilities, and players can kind of come in here and buy what they need to get, but you're always making sure that you're getting the ingredients you need to keep producing stuff. And then on the active crafting side, if someone just comes in and becomes a member, they can come over to the tailoring shop, they can spend a few coins to buy some plant fiber, then they can walk over to the tailoring station and they can use that fiber to craft something. Just as a member, you can craft something, but the key thing is if you abandon your project, like if you walk away and leave it for too long, it will become the property of the town. So what you need to just do is make sure that you sit down, you craft the thing and you collect it while it's still owned by you, and then you could turn around and sell that back to the barter stall. So this process, we really want to improve the UX of more and make it more permissive, so you don't need to join the town to use the crafting stations. But for now in Alpha 2, there still is a way to do it. It's a little bit limited, but you should be able to theoretically like come into this town, gather some stuff, sell it to the town, buy some stuff, craft some stuff, sell it back to the town, and kind of set up your own trader stand, sell some items or buy some items that aren't for sale in any of our shops. And you should be able to kind of progress through the game just as a character. And our vision is that in the future, there's a motivation for other players who set up big settlements to actually set up a similar process to this, that it's useful for the players owning the settlements to have, you know, random solo players coming in and like living out of their town, because it's a source of resource generation, like collection for them. And they can use that to fuel the funneling up into the higher tiers. So we're hopeful that players will kind of find the motivation to set similar things up themselves. If not, I'd be very curious for you to tell me, you know, why you feel like setting something like this up doesn't feel worth it or is too difficult. We definitely want to make that more streamlined in the game. So I think with that, I will focus purely on the chat. I've been kind of ignoring you guys. I'm sorry, because I wanted to get through a bunch of, our agenda for the stream. But with that, I guess I wanted to just, listen to chat and see what you guys have going on and what your questions are, and we will try to answer what we can.
So there's a question from Jag2637. With such a crafting focused game, what are your ideas around item sinks to keep game economy flowing?
It's a great question. So I think right now, a lot of the content that we have plans to be big sinks in the game isn't fully fleshed out or in the game yet. But I think basically the way we think of it is like permanent upgrades. Basically anything that is like a permanent thing that gets created should have a huge sink. Things that are like temporary consumable stuff should be like much smaller consumed things. So like building up your town, especially like decorations and upgrades, should be things that are large sinks. Getting better vehicles and mounts, or unlocking a pet or something like that should be a large sink. Upgrading your claim to the higher tiers hopefully is a very large sink. I'm worried that we maybe didn't balance it aggressively enough, but I'm hopeful that, you know, reaching a tier 5 settlement will be something that is a very big investment that requires a lot of people. So hopefully that answers your question. I think more stuff in the future, like getting a large boat, is something that should be a massive sink of resources. Unlocking certain cosmetics and stuff like that should be massive sinks of resources. Let's see. I think there was another question here. Shadow Snog. How are we currently standing with the server player capacity and AFK logout timers? So there were some issues with the logout timers in the past. They should be fixed now to keep the, you know, make sure that people aren't just AFKing in game and holding up CCU spots for other players that are waiting in queue. So you should be properly logged out after the AFK time is reached. As far as CCU, we're in a slightly improved position to the end of Alpha 1, where I would say in a significantly improved position from the beginning of Alpha 1. We're planning to make big strides on the maximum capacity following Alpha 2 is kind of like the big focus. There was a whole bunch of stuff that we needed to do on the backend side that we learned from Alpha 1 that wasn't necessarily just scaling the performance. So that was kind of a big focus of like getting the right tools that we needed to properly like run the game as a kind of a live service in place. Now that we have those mostly in place, we're focusing on some of these other things, like really scaling up the performance and the capacity side of things. Some of those things, which I think you guys will see over Alpha 2, I'm really excited about. And I think some of these are things that many other games don't even have, that we talked about in the last YouTube video, which is that like we can update the code of the server, we can update the content of the game without anybody disconnecting, without anybody having to reload anything. It's just like we edit a crafting recipe, the next time you go to craft it, the recipe is different. We can replace the server code without even disconnecting players from the game. So it's like, you know, you're cutting a tree and then all of a sudden the requirements or the logic behind that just updates in real time, and then it starts being kind of using the new logic. So that's hopefully super cool and exciting. It's going to allow us to iterate more on the game while we're doing the alpha without having constantly needing to like kick everyone out and rejoin and all this stuff. So hopefully that'll be smoother. Sweet.
Someone's asking. Oh, sorry. I mean,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, someone's asking. I think I noticed it a couple of times. Can we chat in color, or are we able to choose custom colors?
No, I think that there was some exploits around like Markdown that were possible in the chat. It shouldn't be possible. Not against it in the future, but we want to make sure like what we allow is a reasonable set of stuff, and that people aren't able to like inject any Markdown or links or whatever malicious potentially stuff or abusable stuff into the chat. So right now, I believe it's fairly locked down. We will unlock down some moderate amount of stuff in the future. I see a question here of, is the server data protected now? Also, your own map discovery files on your hard drive. So this is something that is, the answer is yes and no. So the intent is that a lot of data that you can currently access right now will be private in the future. You'll need to have the certain requirements of your character to make those queries to the server. That hasn't changed. However, some tables in the game's data are now fully private. So only the server can access those tables. So this should prevent potentially like some attempts at exploits that people were trying to do in Alpha 1. We're waiting on a few more features from the SpaceTimeDB team before we can fully kind of confidently move over to having the like data protection stuff in there. But before the game leaves Alpha, that'll definitely be something that's in place. As far as the map files on your hard drive being locked up, this isn't the case right now. It's less pressing than the thing I just mentioned. It's possible that in the future you'll just have to like download your map data directly through subscriptions, and you'll just cache it kind of in real time. We'll have to think about how we handle that if we want to lock that down more. I think to some extent, like players will start to assemble their own like third-party kind of maps of the game world. I don't think we have a problem with that. I think there's still an advantage in the game of uncovering the game map in game, like being able to open the map and see the game map in game is something that we want to be. It's like a useful tool in the game. So I think there's still a motivation to explore the world yourself. Let's see here.
Will we get a leaderboard?
There's still no official leaderboard. I assume that the people who made the unofficial leaderboard in Alpha 1 will release another version of it for Alpha 2. We are trying to focus our development resources on the things that make the game better for everyone. If someone in the community is building something cool that's useful, we don't want to waste, or not waste, but like we don't want to invest our development time into building something that someone in the community is already making, that someone in the community can make. We want to focus on doing the stuff that the community can't do, like evolving the game, adding new systems to the game, reworking the content of the game. If there's the whole point of building Space Time to be the way it's been built is to leave the door open for community members to do cool stuff. And so we don't want to invest our time building stuff that the community can build or already has built. It's not the best use of our limited development resources for now, at least. Someone said, how am I not whitelisted? I was in Alpha 1, did all the servers, got all the mails, but apparently I'm not whitelisted anymore. So invites to alphas are given out on a per alpha basis. For Alpha 1, we gave out random invites to players in the community based on a variety of factors. For Alpha 2, currently the people who have gotten invites are the people who have purchased supporter badges. Part of the rewards for purchasing a supporter badge and supporting the development of BitCraft is guaranteed access to the game. Based on how many people have bought these and how many people we can support in game from a CCU perspective, we have sent out a very limited number of invites outside of those in order to make sure that the people who have supported the game, who have gotten guaranteed access, get their guaranteed access and are able to get into the game. In the coming days and weeks of Alpha 2, we're going to be giving out more invites to people who weren't supporters, I guess, just so that's clear. I think I mentioned that at the start of this stream, but not everyone was here. So that's that. How to check if you have access to the alpha. If you received an invite to Alpha 2, you'll have an email. So check your email, search Alpha 2, search BitCraftOnline.com for the sender, and you will find an email if you got one. If you didn't purchase a supporter badge, you probably didn't receive an invite. You can either get a key from someone who has a supporter badge or who has multiple supporter badges. In the future, we're going to either sell more supporter badges and also give out random invites to just anyone who's registered on our website. If you haven't already, register on the website by just going to bitcraftonline.com, clicking sign up, make an account. You just have to verify your email, and that will consider you for an Alpha 2 invite. Check your spam just in case.
Someone has a question about game. So do towns have resource tax on the owner/owning group? That would be a good way to sync resources over time.
Resource tax on the owner group. So I'm not sure exactly what you mean by this, but in order to maintain a settlement, the larger your settlement, the more supplies the claim drains over time. So for a claim this large, like we have set up here, it is draining 1,000 supplies every hour. So here we've got it almost maxed out, but we still only have basically a day before it's going to run out. And so probably on the research side, we're going to want to be researching some of these, like increasing our max supply count. In fact, why don't I kick off one of those right now? And so that's going to let us store, instead of storing 30,000, we can store 50,000. But basically, the bigger your claim, the more this is going to drain. And so probably what you want to be doing is, like, if you're running these shops, you don't want to be, maybe you want to run some shops like break even, but probably what I want to do is like, hey, if I come to the smelter shop here, what we're doing is we're saying, hey, if you bring the exact ingredients to make, pyrolite, you also have to throw in 5 coins. And so then we use those coins, then we can buy stuff from our other trading depots from the overflow, and we can use that to craft supplies to fund the claim. So you can kind of indirectly tax like visitors, or you can tax trade in your town. Basically, you can kind of implement tax however you want it. You can say like, hey, if you don't donate supplies to the claim, I'm gonna like remove you as a member from the claim, you could do that. We want to give players the control to enforce their taxation or donation or whatever they want to do, however they want to do it. So, but ultimately, you need supplies to maintain your claim. How you get them is up to you. Can you move the capital to another claim within an empire? This is a great question. This is something that we want to support and plan to support, but we, in our implementation of empires for Alpha 2, we had to cut a number of corners of stuff that like we ultimately want it to be like this. But in order to be able to not have you guys waiting another 2 months for Alpha 2, we wanted to get something in your hands as soon as we possibly could. There's some stuff that we had to simplify or cut. So not today in Alpha 2 can you move your claim, your capital city. But in the future, our intent is that you will be able to.
Also, I did see a couple questions about the one-time teleport. Like some people were also asking, like, is it strictly just limited to one time, or like?
Yeah, so this is something we had during one of the pre-alphas. That's why it exists, or like that's to the degree that people are aware of this or whatever. That's what it's coming from. It was basically you would start the game, you would complete some tutorial, you'd get an item that could be consumed one time to teleport to another player if they accept it, kind of like accepting a trade request. We haven't re-implemented it like that. Like since we migrated to the new backend, we never re-implemented that feature, but some of the remnants of it are still around in the game. I think we want to support some way to better like group up with your friends or join a settlement right from the get-go, but I don't want to just take this like simple kind of hacky solution we did in one of the pre-alphas as like this should be the way that we go about doing this. If we're going to re-implement it, because it isn't implemented right now, we should think about what's the right way to do this. Like what is the ultimate way that we want players to reach their friends or join a settlement from the like kind of just after they create their character, and we want to implement that, like the ideal version of that, not just re-implement the hacky thing we did from before. So we've tried to set up the world in a way that this is not a huge inconvenience. Like you maybe have to spend 10 minutes walking to your friend at the start. But in the future, we want to have a solution for this. It'll come in the future. That's all I can say for now.
Are we, or can both still go up waterfalls? Someone asked.
No, they can go up tiny height changes, but that's one of the exploits that I didn't get to in the patch notes, but you shouldn't be able to go up like massive waterfalls anymore. I think it's like a height difference of like 5 elevation is the max that's possible. I think it maybe depends on the boat too. Like if you're in a raft, it's less than a skiff. So will there be more badges? I mentioned this at the start of the stream, but yes, the reason we haven't sold more now, or the reason we had a limit in the first place, is we didn't want to take money from you guys for as much as people wanted to give us if we couldn't actually deliver on the promise of the rewards. And so we would have felt guilty if we let way too many people purchase the supporter badges, and then we could only support a fraction of them actually getting into the game. And so we capped it to an amount kind of relative to how many we could support. If we find that the amount of people in the game is below the limit, or our queue is not too large, we will open up more opportunity to buy supporter badges. Do you recommend high or ultra graphics? Whatever your PC can handle. I think right now, obviously the game is still in alpha. We have a lot of room for improvement on the performance side. I think it's going to be a big focus of the next alpha or two, is really getting the performance in a much better, stabler spot. But I would say, if your computer can handle ultra, go for it. I think it gives you a further render distance. The graphics and shadows and stuff are a bit nicer. But if not, run it on whatever runs well for you. Let's see here. Are we able to currently tame or capture animals and livestock? Is it planned in the future? Great question. So in past pre-alphas, you were able to tame animals and you could actually get like mounts. We had like a deer that you could ride. This is something that we the art implementation of it and like the technical implementation of it was very like hacked together in the pre-alpha. And we have plans for how we want to reintroduce this, and we want to just get the content in a place where that makes sense and get the implementation artistically and technically of it in a much like more polished state before we re-add it. But you will definitely be able to get mounts. I'm not sure exactly if you'll like tame those or how exactly you'll obtain them. There's a lot of kind of stuff that we're still deciding about that. I can't commit to that yet, but mounts and pets are definitely something we want you to be able to get. How exactly you'll acquire those, whether you tame the animals directly or whether it's part of some other content system or mini game or something like that, TBD, but it'll definitely come in the future, hopefully by the end of alpha.
Someone's asking about how do you turn on the floating text above the shops as seen on the screen?
To do that floating text, it's alt. So it's not just for the shops, but it's for, we call this the alt inspect basically. And so basically if you tap alt, it toggles. So if you tap alt, it will show this above many things. It includes, you know, if I run over here to like the forestry shop, and I pull out of the stock, you know, one of these trunks and I drop it on the ground, you know, it'll show cargo on the ground as well. So I can pick that up, throw it in here. So yeah, that's how that works. Yeah, just hit alt to do it. This is something that probably, I'm guessing right now, is not exposed in the rebinds. Yeah, it looks like not. So we'll make sure that we add that in here in the future, so that's more obvious. And you could rebind it as well. The rock gardens are now locked by climbing and waterfalls. Yes, which is part of the design. Each biome is intended to have its own kind of challenges and adversity. So, you know, in the mountains, you know, you take damage from the cold unless you get proper cold protection. In the rocky gardens, they don't have like a straight up threat, but they are intended to be difficult to traverse. So, and that's where basically any time that there's a challenge in the game, we want to give players the tools to overcome it. And so, you know, by default, the rocky gardens is really hard to traverse, but that's a great opportunity for some player to go in there and say like, let's terraform a ramp all the way up into the rocky gardens, into the high levels of it, or let's make a ramp going from the rocky, let's make a staircase going down into the swamp from the rocky gardens, and now players can bring their carts down that ramp to gather cargo in the lower area. So we want to, the challenges that we add to the game, the goal is to create ways for players to develop civilization to overcome those challenges. And so another thing we might do is like, you know, right now in the mountain, there's cold that if you don't have the right equipment or consumables, you will take damage from the cold. But I'd love to make it in the future that, you know, if you build a settlement up there, maybe you can build a big bonfire and that creates like a radius that protects people from that thing. So maybe you create like a road that's covered with like heat lanterns that makes it so you can walk through the mountain without taking damage. So like giving players the tools to overcome these challenges is a big part about like the sandbox aspect of BitCraft. Is like, let's give players the ability to edit the world so that they can overcome these challenges.
Someone asked about the food actually.
Yes.
I don't know if you,
I think I see one question here. I don't know if it's the same one, but basically one thing we found is that, so this is another change that we started making, but we have plans to finish for Alpha 3, which is basically the way food and stamina works. And so one thing we found is that a lot of players just kind of ignored the food system, and they would just be like, they'd run out of stamina, they would just rest. And honestly, it creates like a very kind of stop and go gameplay that isn't our intent. The whole point of resting is just to create a like get out of unstuck state if you run 0 on stamina and you need stamina to gather food or to craft food, and so you can kind of get yourself out of that state. But I think the way it works right now is not the best tool for doing that, because a lot of players just end up kind of approaching the system and thinking like, oh, well, why would I make food and eat food when I can just restore my stamina for free by resting? And what they end up doing is like taking the fun out of their gameplay, because it's actually a very like tedious, terrible, boring way to restore your stamina and break up your gameplay. And so part of what we're moving towards is a world where eating food is going to be much more necessary. I won't go into the details of that because it's planned for Alpha 3, but basically what we want to do is make it so like eating food is not as optional as it is right now. In fact, it might not be optional at all. But part of that too is making it so that like the reward for eating food is a lot better as well. So we want to rework like how you regen stamina and health from eating food, as well as currently I think some part of this that's been partially done is the way that you get buffs and debuffs and stuff from food. I'm not sure 100%. Maybe Jordan or someone can correct me. I think we've tweaked some of the buffs and debuffs in the way the food stuff works. If that hasn't made it in for Alpha 2, then I'm wrong, but it will be coming potentially later in Alpha 2 or in Alpha 3. So we definitely have plans to shake up the food and stamina stuff. It's something we weren't super happy with from Alpha 1, and we want to hopefully make that better.
What someone was asking specifically about the food was about the food boost. I'm assuming just like the stamina really is like an oven cooked recipe. They found like, yeah, it wasn't worth in the higher tier because it was the same stat as like
we've definitely balanced this. I'm not 100% sure if that's in. Maybe I'll check. I'll check with one of the other designers who worked on this whether that got included for Alpha 2 or not. I'm not 100% sure if that made it in or not, but we are definitely aware of this, and it's definitely going to change or has changed. So we'll keep you posted on that. Did you change how boats let you teleport up cliffs? Up cliffs? Yes, that was an exploit bug that is now fixed. So yeah, just that shouldn't be possible anymore.
Will the names that are showing like over like buildings or structures, will they show up over fishing nodes as well? Because it can be troublesome to identify the different tiers of fish.
Yeah, so right now they kind of operate on a consistent set of logic. So fish are resources just like anything else. We don't have them currently showing for resources because it would just like they would show a million of them in the forest and any other place. What I would like to do in the future is give players a lot more control over this. And so I'd love to have a settings page where the players can choose like, I want this to show on trading stalls, storage things, but not on cargo and not on item piles, and you can toggle these all on and off. Maybe you can even put in like specific resources you want it to show on. I think the thing that I would say too is like, I don't want to conflate obviously this is widely useful for a lot of things right now, but I don't want to conflate what its purpose is. The purpose here is to give you information about a entity in the world that you can't discern from looking at it. So like I can see that this is a barter stall and this is a barter stall and this is a barter stall, but what I'd like to be able to know, like there's a whole bunch of stuff I might want to know. I might want to know what is the person who's running this barter stall like intending it to be for? Does it have anything in stock? Does it have anything in stock that I can purchase right now from what I have? And these are all pieces of information that we want to communicate to players eventually. But the question is, should we do all of that through this UI? Or, for example, in some cases, like these looms, we could put a thing on here and say like, this one is crafting something, this one isn't. But instead, in this case, we actually just show visually with the loom that this one has something on it and this one's empty. So I don't want to jump to conclusions of like, let's just put everything in this text box when there might be some stuff we can communicate in a different way. Like I'd love to have it so that the barter stalls, which are a little bit hard to see right now, you could see that these boxes are empty when there's nothing for sale, and then when there is stuff for sale, the boxes are full. And then maybe there's like a little flag or something that shows like, oh, there's something here that you can buy that you have the right stuff for right now. Could be a different way that we could communicate that. And so there might also be the case of like, maybe as you become a better fisher, you can go in your compendium, you can go under resources, you can find this thing, and maybe I can go in here and I can say, I want to track these fish, or I want to be searching for these fish, and then when you see them, they'll get like an arrow above them or something like that. And maybe as you become a better fisher, you can track more fish at once, or you can track more resources at once. Like maybe there's a different mechanism that's better UX and fits better with the gameplay, and maybe even has an aspect of progression to it that we could incorporate that into. But I guess I think your specific feedback of like, hey, the fish are hard to discern, feedback received, and I definitely think we'll cook on if there's a better way that we can surface that. I think one thing you can do for now is just mousing over them to see if they highlight green or red is one way you can do this. I agree it's not perfect though. Can we charge people for using roads? Right now, no, but I want to split the idea of thinking of roads into two things. Right now, what we have, which people might call roads, are pavings. And so this is like how you put like the dirt on the ground here instead of the grass. And so that is just like an aspect of like editing the world. But there is a plan for something else that we want to bring to BitCraft that is more like, think of it like marking like directions to a place, as opposed to just like the underlying like material that you're putting on the ground. And so this sort of like creating a path that like leads you somewhere. And the idea would be that you would be able to like, you know, interact with like a sign that says like, you know, Tortuga is this way, and you interact with that and you say like follow this path, and then someone could build and define that path, and then your character would like auto walk along the path, and then under that path where the player's walking, you could also put pavings, or you could not. And maybe the ability to interact with these is something that players could charge for in the future. So that's something we've considered. There's definitely like reference in other games that we were trying to think about how we could do that. So charging for roads is not out of the question, but not possible right now. Let's see here. Can clan owned gate in the mountain pass? So I think another thing, yeah, I guess on a similar note to the owning roads, right now gates are static, but we want to make it so you can open and close gates, and we'd also like to make it so you can like give permissions to stuff like that. So like maybe you could make a town where it's like only members of the town can walk through the gate, and so you have to be, you know, invited to the claim manually by someone, and then once you get permission, then you can like pass through the gate, or the gate can be left in open mode, and then anyone can come through it.
Someone asked about the tile shape. Any changes to the tile shape we're building on? Seem to recall someone saying before we weren't 100% set on the shape during Alpha 1.
I'm not sure what they mean by that. Maybe they can post a clarifying question.
I think they're talking about the actual like the fact that we're building on hexagons, and we mentioned briefly that like we weren't fully set on the shape. Or the way
I don't know how far back that was mentioned. I would say like there's no plans right now to move to like a square grid or anything like that. The hexagon grid is pretty core to how BitCraft works and looks right now. So it's not impossible for the future, but I would put it as like very low or very distant future. Really the stage we're at right now is like we want to make BitCraft a better game, a more playable game, a game that can be open to, you know, as many people as want to play it for kind of indefinite amounts of time. We're not just doing these play tests. The things that we're focusing on building are in service of that, and obviously being able to make BitCraft like a successful business as well. And so if things aren't kind of in service of that, they're definitely more on like the back burner. So there's a lot of cool stuff we want to add to the game, but the cool stuff that is going to make the game more playable than it is right now are the things that we're focusing on. And right now I don't think changing the building to a square grid or a different shape is going to have a huge impact on that.
I mentioned this, or sorry, I've seen this mentioned a few times. Can we rest in boats?
You currently can't. And so if you're going on a fishing trip far from shore, you're going to have to bring some food. We're potentially completely changing the way resting works in the thing that I was mentioning before. So I think that will become like kind of irrelevant with the changes. So I don't want to just go making that change when we're kind of already working on the next change, I guess. Like we're going to change the way resting works. It'll be less of like something you toggle into, if at all. So the issue of being out on a boat with no food and not being able to rest shouldn't be an issue in the new system.
Oh yeah, do you want to maybe go through the new emotes we added? Because another person was asking, like, is there a way to see?
That's a great question. And let me see if I can actually throw down like a campfire here so we can see my character a little bit better.
Will we have an emote wheel in the future, potentially?
I don't have a clear answer on what the UX and UI for the emotes will be in the future, but it's possible. I mean, we want to... Right now, because we've added, in the past you had to do like shift number key to like do an emote. Oops, sorry. You had to do like shift number key to do an emote. Yeah. But obviously we very quickly ran out of like number keys. So the way it works now is you can obviously still do that, but then a lot of the emotes you can actually come in here and you can do them through chat. So you can do like /wave. And I actually need to disable this setting to controls, emotes, target cursor. Oops, there we go. And so now I can, do an emote. But I can also go into the chat here, and if I mouse over this thing, it will actually tell me all the emotes in the game. So there's actually a few in here that we can give a shot to. So we can do /deep bow. And so this is a new Empire one. So we've got our nice thing like this. Yeah. So there's also, we added support for emotes that loop or like continue forever. So you'll just stay in this position forever now, basically. We can do emote, we can do regal wave, if that works. Or maybe I have to.
Oh, you'll have to reset your position.
So there might be a few bugs with this that we'll have to fix. So I can do this and I can do this wave, and I think my character will just continue doing this. So if you're an emperor and you want to wave to your subjects, this is a great emote for that. If you're a little bit more self-centered of an emperor, maybe you want to do the I forgot I need to cancel this. Maybe you'll want to do the Basque emote, which is a personal favorite of mine. It's like where you want to just show, your glory, bask in the glory of yourself as an emperor. What else do we have in here?
And as an emperor, if you really wanted to, you could just do that emote, go AFK, just let your subjects do the work. Be perma-basking.
And then we also have the hex salute. I keep forgetting to cancel these. Okay, /hex salute. So the character does a kind of a little hexagon shape with their arms here, which is kind of cool. I think we might add some VFX to this in the future, but kind of does like a salute here. So if you're more of a militaristic empire, maybe you want to salute your emperor instead of bowing to them. I think we also have
Attack on Titan-esque.
We also, we have a regular salute as well, so you can hold this.
Yep.
So I'm definitely excited for what people do on the kind of role play side with emperors and these new emotes.
And hey, if anyone wants to create cool fan art or like cool screenshots, you're more than welcome to, and like share in our Discord. Like that's always great for us to see, and then we can feature it on our social media as well.
Fan rigging data. I mean, if you make a fan emote, I can't promise anything, but I definitely think if people come up with cool stuff, I won't say that we'll use your FBX file, but we will potentially incorporate something into the game that's similar if it's a cool idea. We're definitely looking for more ideas for emotes if people have them. Obviously, resources on our team permitting. What's your position on 1 hex wide claims that span vast areas? So a few things on this. So we have a planned kind of fix for this that hasn't been implemented fully yet, but we've partially implemented some stuff related to this. So we call these like spiderweb claims, where you like kind of like either make like a big like box to like kind of block out area, or you make like little lines that like snake around to kind of do stuff. So one thing that we have added kind of exploit fix for is claim encirclement. So you can no longer build a claim that encircles another claim. This obviously was like used and abused a little bit in Alpha 1, and so we wanted to patch that, but it's also very necessary for empires because you need to go deliver supplies or siege other people's watchtowers. We needed to make sure that you couldn't just like build a claim that fully blocks in a watchtower. So you can no longer encircle other people's claims. That is in Alpha 2 already. The thing that's not in Alpha 2 yet is a concept that we call claim stability. And basically what this is it basically takes the overall, if you've ever played a game that has like a 3D building system where you build like walls and foundations and like roofs and stuff, like Valheim or Rust, a lot of times these games have a stability system where like if you build something that's like, if you build a tower that's just like straight up and it doesn't have enough support, it will get stability lower and lower, and that will eventually cause it to break or you can't build anymore. The way it'll work in BitCraft is it just will, your claim overall will have a stability calculation, which I won't go into the details of now, but we have an idea of how it'll work. And so this right now would be a fairly stable claim. Like it's all enclosed. There's no like empty spaces. There's no like snaking things. And so the stability value would be very high. And so it wouldn't have much of an impact. But if you built a very unstable claim, it's not that it's impossible to build. but very quickly, it kind of on an exponential curve, the cost of maintaining the claim would go up and up and up to the point where, like, if you build a very unstable claim, eventually at some level of instability and some level of size, it would just be like such a sink that it basically is impossible to maintain. And so from there, we'll dial in the balancing of that so that like reasonable claims are possible and unreasonable claims are less possible. But for now, basically, hopefully for the next alpha, we'll have the claim stability thing, and then we'll be able to start to dial that in. But for now, you can't encircle other people's claims. I think that was the biggest form of abuse. The spiderweb claims that are still possible until we have the claim stability is obviously still a bit of an issue, but it's less abusable than the encircling thing.
What are achievements for things that people really want to know?
Like, what are achievements?
Yeah, they're asking for the achievements, I guess, for each specific class, really, or profession.
So I mean, the achievements are pretty much the same as Alpha 1. It hasn't been an area of focus for us, but one new addition is we have the achievements for exploring the world. So as you explore more and more of the world, some of the achievements and in turn the collectible rewards from those achievements will actually allow you to unlock some titles. So for example, here, because I've discovered the whole world, you've got these World Explorer titles here that you can unlock as you explore more and more of the world. So I think that is hopefully a interesting world. I'm not going to show too much of the map. I want to leave a little bit of I see people asking for that. I want to leave some mystery for the people who are going to go out and explore it. Is there a reset between alphas? Will there be a reset before release? So I think we've posted this publicly on our blog about development cycles. But yes, so during alpha, every playtest will be fully wiped. The only thing you will have that doesn't wipe is anything that's in your vault, which is anything that's in your hub account, which is basically on our website. If you've made an account, if you've gotten any community rewards from there, or you've gotten any rewards for purchasing a supporter badge or multiple supporter badges, everything that's in your website will basically, when we fully wipe everything in the game, when you create a new character at the start of a new playtest, everything from your hub on the website will get copied into the game. Anything you do with that during that playtest, like say you get a collectible, like a cosmetic, and then you give it away to someone, or you spend your shards or any of that type of stuff, that all gets wiped at the end of the playtest. And then, everything in the vault or the hub stays the same. And then at the start of the next playtest, that gets copied in again. During alpha, every playtest will be a wipe. During beta, we're hopefully moving towards a world where the playtest will be longer, or if there's multiple playtests, we don't wipe between them. And then as we get to the end of beta, there will be a final wipe before release, probably. So we will be very clear to players if this is like, hey, from here going on, there's not going to be any more wipes. That will be very clearly communicated. But definitely, as long as we're in alpha, there will be wipes, most likely every playtest. Let me see. Will there be a way to reserve in-game names before live release? We've had this requested a few times before. It's definitely something that we want to consider supporting. No concrete plans around that right now, but we will keep that in mind, and I'll mention that to some of the other teams. How about player artistry? Will we get clothes, dyes, paints, musical instruments perchance? So definitely something that is coming down the pipe, I promise, is we really want to expand the amount of character customization you can do. So a lot more character cosmetics that aren't necessarily tied directly to professions is coming. In fact, we have a lot of the assets for that already. Dyes, I think recolors and the ability to like dye those things is also something that's planned and coming with that, hopefully. Musical instruments, this has been highly requested during Alpha 1, and I think it's something that we're taking a lot more seriously on the team as well, of like a cool way to add instruments to the game. For right now, we don't have anything planned or started on it, but it's definitely top of mind for like cool stuff we could add to the game. How are the servers doing right now compared to the previous alpha? Great question. Let me take a look. I'm going to open my dashboard tab and I'm going to see how things look. It looks like the server is handling everything quite well. I don't see any indication of like experienced lag here. I mean, at least on the average. I think, yeah, things are overall looking very good. Yeah, we'll have to take a deeper look and see. Once we're done streaming, I'll probably sync with Alessandro, who's the CTO, and just see how things are going. But just from a quick glance at the metrics on the server performance, it looks quite good. Like, it looks like we haven't had any big hiccups, and the CCU level is stable. I think probably what we'll be doing here is we kind of tried to do a burn down of the server at the end of Alpha 1. And so what I believe the plan will be is once we see that everything's stable, we'll start to raise the CCU limit of the game so that we can get more people playing. If we're confident that it's not going to, take everything down or cause any problems. The primary goal is that the server stays up and everything runs smoothly. And then the secondary goal is getting as many people into that as possible.
A few people in chat were wanting to try and crash the server day one, like we tried doing at the end of Alpha 1, which I'm really glad that they didn't.
Yeah, I think please don't try to do anything that will crash the server today. I think we'll have chances later in the alpha to do some testing on the server, but today is not the day we want to do that. I see Lethal Chip asked in chat, are breezy fin darters supposed to stack? I only get 1 fish per stack. This is part of the content changes we made. We wanted to make kind of going back to base for fishing more of a thing. We've also, however, added inventories. I forgot this actually in the patch notes. We've added inventories to all the vehicles. So your boat should now be able to store items, but it also means that like actually having a fishing village or something set up where you can go process those fish and that kind of condense them is a lot more valuable. So like not just going out on a fishing trip that kind of lasts forever, or like you can go out for like hours and hours without going back to base. There's now a good reason for someone to set up like a little fishing outpost that can process those fish, especially as you get to the higher tiers. They're gonna have to build up that outpost more and more. It also is more motivation for doing the larger fish, the ocean fish, because you can stack more of them in your cargo hold of your boat.
Someone asked about player artistry. Will we get clothes, dyes, paints?
I think I answered this one already. But yeah, I mean, yes to the more clothes variety, yes to recolors. Maybe in the future to instruments was kind of the TLDR of the answer. I guess for any of you guys who are in the stream that are also in the game at the trading post, what are people's initial thoughts of like this kind of base setup? I've been mostly focusing on the stream and chat, and I haven't heard too much about how it's been going here. But yeah, I'm curious how people have found like the little like economy setup here. Someone said, did you add the potion suggestion? I dropped some item to make glass. So we don't have potions kind of in the traditional fantasy sense, but we do have some ingredients that are used for crafting that are kind of potion-like, I guess, like flasks of like different liquids and stuff that are used for crafting. And so those are in the game right now, and I think they're part of what we're looking to do is like expand more variety of stuff like this in the future. Was the problem with leftover carts fixed? Since back in Alpha 1, there were problems of different vehicles left on bases, which were very in the way. So I mentioned this earlier in the patch notes, but we added a system. So for example, here, Voxel's left his trader stand here. I believe I can right click on this and say move off claim, and it will kick it out here. So it's not a perfect solution to the problem, and I'm sorry, Voxel, for moving your trader stand, but hopefully that showcases that. Yeah, if someone leaves a cart in the middle of your town square, you can say, hey, get this out of here. You can't delete it because it maybe has some stuff in there that they care about, and we don't want to like let you do something too destructive there. But we do want to be able to let you get that off of your claim at least. And then if I expand my claim in the future and I, that's in the way, I can kick it off again. And so it'll keep just moving it off to a valid spot that is accessible, that is off the claim.
Oh, someone said they're finding no lag compared to last time. I'm glad the servers are holding up and they're performing a lot better.
So that one, Nice to not build the buildings, but ideally change because I can't loot stuff from the loom that I put in. Yeah, so that's a great point. This is part of the like we've got half of the changes that we kind of want, but the other half it was either like delay Alpha 2 to get everything we wanted or save some stuff for Alpha 3 of the changes we want to make. So the intent is for the passive crafting buildings, because you need permissions to collect stuff, I don't recommend crafting the stuff yourself. What we've kind of designed here is like this loom shop is basically the input and output of the recipe. So I should actually, I don't know why this number got messed up, but I can set this. Okay. And save that. So basically here, what we have is like, you can trade in the spools of thread to get the output of the looms. And so what someone should be doing is going around basically collecting all these. Like someone who's the claim owner should be going around collecting these. And so Kelvin's ride, what you should be doing here, and I'm sorry that it ran out of stock, is you should be able to come here and now buy the stuff from the shop. So now there's 10 in stock. You can buy these, and then I'll use the ingredients to restart these crafting again. So there, he just bought some. Now I can come in here and I can start, a bunch more. So hopefully this kind of allows, it's not a perfect solution right now. We want to make it so that anybody can use the passive crafting stations. But for right now, the way that you can kind of still get around that is you can operate it like this, where you have, the administrators of the town kind of running the passive crafting things, and they don't give any XP. So there's no loss. In fact, you're just saving the time by trading with these instead of crafting them yourselves. So we're hoping that this is like a smoother way to do it. Any word on restocking the supporter badges? We're definitely going to add more stock. We just want to wait and see that we don't want to give people supporter badges that end up not being able to get into the game because there's too many people in queue. So we want to only put up more for sale if we know that we can support them in game. So that's kind of where that's at right now. Here, and look, we're already moving lots of stuff, lots of materials here. So let's the coins will be a tracker of how many we've actually processed here, which is exciting. Oops, there we go. So now we got 39 in stock. So hopefully we can have some people use some of those. How's the tailoring shop doing? We're gonna have to fix this where the infinity goes to like a really high number. This has to do with like weird integer stuff that we need to fix, but hopefully that can be remedied soon. But there's lots of stuff in here. If people want to be a tailor, you can just buy some stuff and craft with it.
Fractal Outlook mentioned this a couple times regarding moving the camera. So their last message was, can you show the keybind screen? I'm looking for mouse camera rotate key. I think they were mentioning like if it was possible to hold a key down and then move your mouse to move the camera, rather than middle mouse button.
So right now it's middle mouse button. It looks like it's not in the rebinds. I'll make a note of that and we should add that to the rebinds. But yeah, right now it's on middle mouse. Sorry if you don't have a middle mouse, like a scroll wheel. Or
his mouse died, so can't.
So for now, what you can use is the arrow keys. If you have arrow keys on your keyboard, you can use that. So it's not perfect, but it will maintain the ability for you to rotate your camera at the very least.
Also, one thing, Carter, when you open the inventory, could you move it near the middle of the screen?
Oh yeah.
It doesn't.
I mean, there's nothing.
Oh no, I think
but
when you were getting coins, I think it was blocked.
Okay, yeah, sure. I see people leaving logs around on the ground in here, which is basically just free money. So I'll put this here for whoever wants to turn it in for some money. But you can turn in the trunks over here to the forestry shop. You can get paid for these here. Then you use your money to go buy other stuff and craft stuff. So if you have any feedback on the prices, let Voxel or Jordan know in game. We're gonna try to keep these balanced to be, competitive and interesting for players. We're definitely not trying to like rinse anybody for money. We're just trying to create like a successful town economy here. So obviously as the game matures and like more people are building settlements and setting up trade stuff, there'll be a little bit more like established prices for things. So for now, we've just done our best guess to try and like balance stuff. But as the game evolves, I think the market demand of different stuff will change. You know, if a bunch of people start gathering trunks, we'll maybe have to lower what we want to pay for those.
I think 2 people mentioned something about the login protection. Is it still there to skip queue on crash?
I believe so. So I think as far as all of the login, server, AFK, timeout, all that stuff, it's all the same way it was in Alpha 1, hopefully just with all the issues fixed. So the way things are working should be identical to the way they were in Alpha 1. So there's still, if you disconnect, there's a grace period to reconnect and get your spot in queue. If you AFK too long, you should get kicked out of a game. If you don't log back in quick enough, then you'll lose your spot. If you disconnect and reconnect from queue, you should get back to your same queue spot. When you get to the front of the queue, you should properly get into game. There's a bunch of issues with this that we had in Alpha 1. I believe they're all fixed now from the end of Alpha 1. But if you find that you're having any issues, definitely report them to us through the channels. Will we get carts when mounts come for us travelers? I'm not sure exactly what this means, but will we get cart bases when mounts come for us travelers? So cart bases is an interesting question, but part of what we're kind of doing the stepping stone of here is, you know, with these deployables, we're kind of trying to broaden the horizons of like what it means for something to be like a vehicle or a mount or a deployable. And so we took the concept of vehicles and we made it so that, you know, what if a vehicle didn't move? What if a vehicle couldn't be mounted? What if a vehicle could also be a barter stall or like have different building functions? What we're looking at in the future is like, can we push that even further? Can we add more building functions to vehicles? Can we create more types of those vehicles that don't move? One thing we even looked at was like, what if we had a vehicle that's also a claim or something like that, or a deployable that's also a claim? There's a lot of complexity to that. Once you start introducing like moving claims or deployable claims, you get into a lot of edge case territory of like, how does that interact with other claims? How does that interact with like, how do you maintain that? If there is no maintenance for it, it can last forever and then like pollute the world. Well, then how do you get rid of them? What's a fair way to get rid of them? Because, you know, if you go AFK and then you come back and it's gone, you'll feel like if you lose your claim, you'll lose all the stuff under it. So like there's a lot of complexity there that we wanted to, we don't want to implement something like that until we know it's all figured out. But what we do want to do is make it so that like it's more, the thing that we definitely want to do that's like a big front of mind thing for Alpha 2 a little bit, and then really for Alpha 3 is making sure that if you come into the game as a player and you're not playing with a trusted group of friends and you can't like join some claim where they're going to give you full permission, you don't need to build your own claim and build up everything and do a jack of all trades to kind of progress your character. You should be able to walk into any other player's town and kind of, maybe not any other player's town. If they really want to be private, they could do some stuff, but you should be able to by and large walk into many towns in the game that other players have set up and progress your character. And there is incentive for those other towns to set up their town in a way that you're able to do that. Like they are benefiting from having you be able to come in and do stuff there. Is kind of core to the like systemic gameplay philosophy of BitCraft. So we've taken some baby steps with like the trader stands and the personal cash and some of the stuff with the trading stalls that we've set up here in the trading post, but we really want to keep evolving on that for Alpha 3 and make that even better.
There was a quick suggestion from someone having arrow so you know the front of buildings when you're placing them, I think during the blueprint phase.
I think that's a great point. There's a little bit of details here. We've talked about this internally on the UI UX side of things. There isn't really a front of buildings. I mean, artistically, some buildings have a front, but many buildings can be interacted with from all points. We kind of want to do a implementation of this that kind of solves both of those things together, like make it so like some buildings have like interaction points and you have to stand at those interaction points to do that. So like, for example, like the smelter, rather than like if I right click here and I just go stand in the pile of wood here, my character would like walk to like maybe this tile here or something like that would be like the interaction point. So my character would like stand here and then face this direction. And then that way we could show like this tile is the interaction point when you're placing it, is one way we've discussed it. But I think until we know, like, until we figure out what's the best way to do that, then that'll kind of inform what is the quote unquote front. Like, is the front just the artistic front direction of the building? What about buildings that don't have a front? Like, what about the well here? Like, what's the front of that? You know, it's not clear always. So I think we want to think about like, what is conceptually the front, and then how do we show that to players?
There's an empire question. Not sure if you talked about this or not, but will there be some sort of diplomacy example, or like, for example, trade agreements so different empires can't trade with each other unless they have the agreement?
Yeah, so the way that we go about doing stuff like this, I guess first and foremost, that's a really good question and cool idea. The way that we think about this from the design side is what we want to do is we want to put like the most general tools into the game possible, see what types of stuff players are doing at it, seeing what types of stuff they wish they could do, but they're limited, and then either enable those things that players want to do that they can't do, or take the things that they're kind of doing and self-organizing and then create systems in the game to enforce that where it makes sense. So for example, like if players start keeping track in like Discords or other systems of like, hey, we're part of this empire, don't trade with any of the towns that are in this other empire because they're against us and they're going to use those things we trade to them to fuel their war against us, and players are like self-managing that, then maybe we see that that's a popular thing. Let's add a system to that. Let's add a system that can help enforce that in the game. But we don't want to just make assumptions about like what features players want. We want to like take the ideas that players are trying to do and then support those ideas, support kind of the gameplay that players want, as opposed to just like adding stuff that's like, oh, we think players will want to do this for empires, so let's just kind of insert that into the game. That's kind of how we think about it, if that makes sense. So I think I wholly encourage players to make rules and strategize and have politics around which empires they should interact with, but you guys organize that yourselves, and then whatever we see kind of coming out of that, maybe there'll be inspiration there for what we should add to the game to support that.
Well, an idea from another person is, will there be a structure like a market board or like, kind of like a global marketplace where it shows you all the trading posts around the world and their prices? You can't buy stuff on the market board, but you can still check the prices and see the coordinates so you can travel to them.
Yes, so this is one way of solving something that is 100% planned. It's not exactly clear exactly how we're going to implement this, but the problem of like, I don't know what's for sale in this town or where I can offload an item for and what's a good price is an information problem that players have right now that we really want to solve. It's just about figuring out the correct solution and then putting that into our like production timeline of like, when can we do the investment to build that system. I think it's super important. We definitely want to have a solution there. I can't promise exactly what it'll look like at this stage, but definitely need to solve that problem. I'm just going through some of this stuff. Will there ever be claim chat to talk to people far away in game? So this comes back to, I guess, like a thing that we talked about earlier about the permissions thing. So right now, the way our backend is implemented, all the data or like database information in the game is technically queryable. And so we don't want to add anything where players kind of like perceive something to be private and then they treat it as private and then it's not fully private. So the main reason we haven't added like DMs or party chat or claim chat or empire chat is because we don't want players to think that like, oh, this is a private chat where we can chat stuff if those messages are technically queryable. In the near future, we're going to have the permissions in place on the back end to have that be properly private. Once we have that, then I have no kind of concerns with adding that. My concern right now is I don't want people thinking they've got DMs that are private, chatting with other players, and then other players are querying those DMs, and then, you know, they feel like they were misled about what that was. So many forms of like private, varying degrees of private chat, even like something like WoW or RuneScape's like chat channels or clan chats or whatever, where you can just say like, let's make a new chat that's literally just like a filter on the chat for a certain channel name, and then you can post messages in there, and everyone else who subscribes to that chat channel can see those messages. So you can just like make an impromptu, like, this is the fishing federation, or like, I guess that's a group of players, but like, this is the fishing chat channel. And then any players who are fishing of like, oh, I spotted a node here, or I spotted, I'm gonna chum this thing, if anyone wants to come, you can like post those things in that chat, and then people can subscribe to those things. Definitely we want to have a lot more functionality on the chat like that. Someone asked, is this map smaller than the last test? So the overall size of the territory is slightly smaller than the last test, but the amount of land is, I think, basically the same, or maybe even a bit more. So actually overall, like the amount of like usable space in the world is basically the same as Alpha 1. Show us those big farm tiles. Oh yeah, we've got some over here. So you can see here, like when I mouse over these, it actually highlights all 7. So if I come to the farming shop, maybe I can see, okay, we've got some seeds and we've got some of this. So I can come here, I can say craft one of those, craft one of those, craft one of those. And now we've got 3 plants growing in this farm field.
That's so much more convenient than last time.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it.
Yeah, that should definitely get people not only excited, but just more into farming for people that just weren't doing it out of just like inconvenience.
Someone said, is the global chat still there? Yeah, the global chat is still here, but it is like everyone in one global chat. So
some people are mentioning being kicked from the server like while crafting. I'm not sure. I'm
not sure exactly. Maybe you can submit your logs if you are able to. It's possible that there's a bug or some issue if that's happening consistently or multiple people are seeing this, but just from hearing that, nothing comes to mind of like what could be the issue.
But yeah, for anyone that's having issues in our in the official BitCraft Discord, there is the help channel, and you can submit like a ticket to support as well. Or on the BitCraft hub, rather.
No more in-game bug reporting. There should still be this system here to report bugs. You just hit... I think the button... People are maybe confused. The button moved. So it used to be down here, I think, but now it's right here. Oh, no, sorry. That's known issues. Compendium... Exit exchange. So I think it's actually just you just hit escape and click here, report a bug, and you can put whatever you want.
And for actual tickets, then you can go to the hub and ask for help there.
So someone just said, hi, how do we get picked for this test? And if we can't get in, can we get in later in weeks' time? So great question. So right now, I believe almost everyone who's gotten access were people who bought the supporter badges. And so part of the rewards of this was guaranteed access. And so for how many of those that have been bought, we want to make sure that all those people are able to get in. So I believe all those people have received invites, and we're basically the server's full right now. As time goes on and we have space to allow more players in, either as we're able to kind of stably raise the limit of how many people are allowed to log in, or the amount of players like actively playing every day is lower, then we're gonna either send probably both of these things realistically, we're gonna add more stock to the store. So if more people want to become supporters, they can and get guaranteed access. And then also we want to make sure that we're still giving out kind of random selected invites to the people who have signed up. So if you signed up, you are being considered. We didn't send out any or very many invites for those today, but we will be sending out those invites as the test progresses. Alpha 2 is intended to go on for around 5 weeks, so there will definitely be a lot of invites sent out over the coming weeks.
We've already talked about the map and like exploration, but I have seen this mentioned, like, you know, about cartography in game and sharing maps. as a cool way. I guess it's similar to like Minecraft maps in a way.
Yeah, so
that'd be cool.
I know I think how exploring the map works and how that ties into like game mechanics is definitely something that we've thought a lot about and we want to do in a cool way. Right now it's not like at the top of our list, but I think there'll be room to like add some cool stuff of like ways to share maps, ways to, you know, maybe get compensated for like mapping certain areas of the world to other players. You know, ways to have like useful benefits in the game for like having explored a lot of the world allows you to draw on more information about the world. Someone said 0-0 location is in the middle of the ocean off the coast of a desert. Yeah, so we've talked about changing this, but right now the coordinates kind of think of it like a Cartesian coordinate system. I don't know if this is mirrored, but like 0-0 is like the corner, and then the world goes like up and to the right of that. I think having 0-0 be like at the center of the world probably makes sense conceptually, but that also means we have to have negative coordinates, which is maybe confusing to some people. It's like, oh, I'm at 300, whatever. It's like, oh, I meant negative 300. And so at least it's less confusing the way it is right now. We're definitely considering if it makes sense to make it so 0-0 is in the middle. It's a little bit more like technical, but people are definitely used to it in other games like Minecraft. Or
Minecraft, yeah.
So,
and numbers could be smaller that way.
Someone said use south and west. That's part of the reason why we have north and east here right now, but I think it suffers from the same thing of like if someone just gives you the numbers and then you think the number is east when it's west, it's like, oh, I just spent like 30 minutes walking in the wrong direction. Feels really bad. Yeah. So I think we want to there's just a little bit of like concern for the player experience side of that we're a little bit hesitant on. I see other people, if we were a player in Alpha 1, do we have access to this alpha? I mentioned this a few times, but basically alpha access, if you're just given a random invite, it's on a per alpha basis. So right now the people who've gotten access are the supporter badge holders, but over the coming weeks we'll be giving out more random invites. Not necessarily guaranteed if you're in Alpha 1 that you'll get one, but we're using a variety of factors to, it's not purely random, it's purely random within a variety of factors. So it's like, you know, if you there's certain additional like preferences given for like if someone has a hub account, if someone has had community points or something like that, if someone had previously signed up during the pre-alpha stage, if someone got referred by someone else. So like there's a lot of factors that we take into account. I would say in general though, like a lot of people were given access in Alpha 1. If you just go sign up on our hub, I can't say that there's like, I can't promise that you'll get in, but it's a non-negligible chance that you'll receive an invite during Alpha 2. Just if you want to get into the game, definitely sign up, make sure you're signed up, and that should be good. If you signed up during Alpha 1 and you haven't signed up or signed in since then, we migrated our hub to a new system, and so I don't think it should have an impact. I can confirm with Alessandro, but I believe I would double check and just like go sign in again on the new hub just to make sure. I think that will like register you into like a different bucket of accounts. So that might be useful to do, or it might be fruitful in terms of just re-logging into the hub on the new system. It should like properly connect your account and like pull the data from the old system. So that that should be good for just making sure that like you have the most consideration for being admitted.
This is for an in-game suggestion, actually. I think having like a mail system headed up by actual players, like have couriers that could take messages from one empire to another, that could be cool.
Could be cool. I think you run into all kinds of things of like, how do you get away with players like not stealing mail or something like that? Maybe it somehow like makes a copy of the mail and then you only get it when one of the copies gets delivered or something. But it's a great question. Or it could be cool. I know in games like EVE Online they have systems like this where like players can transport other players' items. But I think it's something that we like the idea of, but we want to make sure that it doesn't add like too much complexity, or we want to make sure it makes the game better and not like just convoluted. I think some things like a message that players can send to each other maybe should just be delivered instantly, whereas like transporting items is maybe something that you hire other players to move.
Yeah, I think there was just a sentiment of being an information broker in the game being really fun, and that was just another way of doing that.
Yeah, I think right now, I mean, there's definitely, if you explore a lot of the world, you'll be able to see empires making moves across the map. And so having a player who's explored a lot of the world, at least in Alpha 2, could be very valuable as like an informant for empires of like, hey, this empire is expanding to the east, you know, in these territory areas. Could be something that you could like broker that information to other empires.
Sending pigeons with a letter in game. Yeah, if we had pigeons in game, that could work. Oh, someone asked, how do I find you in game? So our coordinates for this starter town here are just underneath the map. Do you want to? Okay.
I just threw them in chat.
Okay.
So if you come to this location, you can reach the trading post. In fact, I can open the map here and let's take a look here. It looks like we've got quite a few bases popping up around us. I won't zoom out too much, but we can see quite a bit of players getting started. I'd highly recommend, I see a lot of people like building settlements in these grass clearing areas that you spawn in. I'd highly recommend moving into the forest a little bit more or moving a bit away from these, because you will find that you're not having to drag logs from the forest all the way back to the center of the grasslands. You'll be able to have them a lot closer. But that's my personal recommendation. There's no wrong way to play BitCraft. I also think I see a lot of things called claimed area here. One thing I can definitely recommend is if you go to your claim totem, you can right click on it and you can go up here at the top and you can click the pencil here and you can give it a name. So you can name your settlement, and that will it'll show in the alt inspect, and it'll also show on the map. Can you show how far east to the sea? I see now I'm not by the sea. Maybe someone thought this giant lake was the ocean, but yeah, it's not. I don't want to show too much of the map because I've uncovered the whole map for myself just for moderator usage and stuff like that, and being able to like navigate around to like show off people's bases or stuff like that during the stream and stuff. But I don't want to reveal too much of the world. I think part of the excitement should be players finding out, you know, what the map looks like for themselves. So I don't want to rob you guys of that achievement. Does the old launcher work? I don't think so. I think we're using a similar launcher, but it's on like a new app ID or something like that. So I think what you need to do is, I think if you download, what is it, like launcher or something like that, you can run that. You can do what it says in this command here.
Someone mentioned, can you make traveling wagon?
Can you make traveling wagons?
I guess similar to like having like caravan of like wagon.
So you can, I mean, you can have a wagon and you can store a bunch of stuff in it. As for like having that be a more permanent like base or something, there's definitely limitations on what you can do with that right now. But you can definitely like, you could have a wagon that you take all around the world and you store a bunch of your like inventory and stuff in there and your cash and all that, and you can live out of that wagon. I think hopefully as we make towns a little bit more public, you'll be able to like, you know, live truly as a vagabond like that.
I think they were mentioning, I think they were just mentioning like instead of carts, like an actual, like I think similar to like a big caravan.
I see, like just like a larger version of the cart. I think larger vehicles across the board, larger boats, larger carts, mounts, stuff like that, it's definitely planned. We've got more content coming in that front soon. I see someone asked, if you have a claimed area, can others claim near you and essentially box you in? So other people can claim near you. There's like a minimum distance between claims, but they can't box you in. So this was a bit of a problem in Alpha 1 where someone could fully encircle your claim if they went wide enough. This is no longer possible. You can't encircle someone else's claim. Eventually, you can make like a bit of a C shape around it, but eventually it will like stop letting you go further around them. Someone said you added floating names for shops. I love that. So We didn't add names for shops, but that is one of the things you can do with it. So the system we've added essentially is that when you go to any building that has the ability to be named. So for example, if I drop like a storage box here and I build it, it will show you. So construction sites always show their name here. So it shows me like actually what's being built. But basically when you tap Alt, it shows and hides all of these things. Now, is that named only for the claim owner? So the claim owner is the person who can set the name. So here, like I have the pencil icon. I can call this like Carter's chest. And so now in the HUD here, or in the UI, it says Carter's chest. And then also for anyone who taps Alt, it will show. So any building that can be nicknamed, which there was a bug that prevented you from renaming shops in the build that's live right now, but we've already fixed this and it's going to come out in the next like patch. So you will very, very soon be able to rename the shops yourselves. I use the like unpublic builds to name these ones here right now, but then that also goes for storage buildings. It goes for claims. It goes for if I drop some items on the ground here, you can see that my item pile gets like a tooltip here. If you drop cargo on the ground, it will show up as well. So it basically applies to many things in the game right now. We're going to expand on it more in the future.
A few more people chimed in on the wagons. Basically, they want wagons that can carry other people alongside storage and like inventory.
Yeah, so definitely planned. We don't have any new stuff on that right now for Alpha 2, but we're definitely, I mean, how could you possibly be an emperor in the game and not have the ability for players to like tow you around on like a rickshaw or like a palanquin or something like that? Definitely want to have that in the game. So definitely passenger land vehicles for sure coming, larger vehicles across the board for sure coming. Someone's saying press left Alt to toggle the tooltips. Is there patch notes for the new alpha? So there is patch notes. We went over them earlier in the stream. They're going to get posted in, I think maybe on a Medium article, and then that will get shared in the Discord and tweeted out later. So I had a rough version of it, and it's getting more like rewritten to just be more like well written instead of my like notepad. And then we'll publish that probably today or tomorrow. Are you guys giving out keys for the game today? Can't give a for sure answer on that. We're not going to be giving out any keys on stream is the current plan. Sorry. Definitively, we're not going to be giving out keys on stream. There might be more keys sent out today. It really just depends on how many of the people who currently got access to the game play and stay logged in. If the server's full, we don't want to send out more invites because we're just wasting people's time or getting their hopes up. If the queue starts to come down, then we'll definitely send out more invites. So that's kind of the TLDR of that. Is there on the map a way to see the difference from oceans and lakes, like a green or blue? This is a cool idea. I think I know there's other games that do this kind of thing. I'd have to think about that one. Certainly it's possible we could do it. The question is like, is it better for the game? I think like right now I'll zoom out a little bit here and I can show you. So there's actually kind of two types of lakes right now in the game. There's world gen lakes and then there's lake gen lakes. So this thing here is actually a world gen lake. You can kind of tell by like the difference in the shape of this lake compared to the other lakes nearby. And then all these circled dots here and like these like smoother blobs, these are lake gen lakes. And so rivers connect to lake gen lakes and world gen lakes are a lot more chaotic. Both of these lakes can like hit at the edge of a continent. And so like the game understands this thing as this is actually just like a pocket of ocean and this is actually a lake. Whereas I don't want to show too much more of the world than this, but where one of these things hits the actual like ocean that connects to the edges of the map, it doesn't really know the difference between that right now. And one of these lakes could also be on the edge of a continent that also connects to the ocean. So there's different ways that we could show this if we wanted to, but it's a little bit complicated of like, what is a lake that like, if some lakes spawn lake fish and some oceans spawn like saltwater fish, we'd have to make some decisions of like, oh, if a lake is touching the ocean, does it all become saltwater and then it only spawns saltwater fish? Or does it have like, does it bleed into the ocean? Well, what happens if a river connects to the ocean? Like, how do these things work? How do we want it to work? Would be some questions we'd need to answer if we were going to show them differently. So I'd say that. And I've actually ran out here into the water. I guess across the board too, we've made pretty big changes to a lot of the resources and the resource health in line with the gathering thing. One thing that I guess people will see as they start to progress deeper is that we've flattened out the power progression of the tools. The reason for this is because the amount of power that you do when you're gathering and crafting is affecting your XP. And because you're getting more XP at the higher tiers, this has kind of been flattened out. We want to give room for power progression in the future, but we want to do that carefully so that it doesn't have a huge impact on XP curves. So be aware of that. But we've also hopefully made it so like the higher tier resources have a lot larger health, so you can gather them for longer, and resources that are less common like fish like there's a lot more trees than there are fish, so the fish hopefully should last longer. And we want different resources to play in different ways in that regard. Are you going to allow more supporter badges? They sold out so fast. Yeah, this is kind of a, maybe we can get like an exclamation like badge or supporter badge or something thing on the stream here. But basically, we sold out a limited number because we didn't want to promise guaranteed access to the game for more people than we could support. So we limited that to how many we believed was reasonable that we could support in the game. As we are able to support more people coming into the game during the alpha, we are definitely going to put more up for sale, probably this week. But I can't make any promises. It really just depends on how the server CCU is looking. Is there a reason why things are locked in a crafting station for others? So this system exists for a bunch of reasons, and it's not fully implemented the way it's supposed to work, and it's also not fully communicated in the best way possible, I think, right now. But all that said, the locking of slots is designed to be so that, like, if you are in a town and you start crafting something, and say you run out of stamina and you need to like go grab a piece of food to eat it, it's not like someone else can run by and like start crafting your thing or claim your thing. We wanted to make it so that you kind of retain some like ownership over the slot for some minimum duration. And then especially as we move towards a world where like a town is a lot more public, like random people can just walk into your town and use a crafting station, if that's set up like that, that if they start crafting something and then they need to go trade something, they need to go buy some more food or something, they have a little bit of protection there. But also if they just abandon it entirely, then eventually you can kind of like take it back. So that's why things are locked temporarily and they become unlocked if you kind of leave them too long. I think right now it's around like a minute or something, just to give like a ballpark. We're going to change the logic of this a little bit for Alpha 3. We've got some plans around how we can make that like a little bit more lenient for more public towns, but also not so lenient that like random people are just clogging up your crafting stations. So I guess stay tuned for some changes there, but that's why the locking exists. The big thing that I would like to change, which might be possible during Alpha 2 if we're able to get to it, is I'd love to make it so that when you start crafting something and it shows that it's like locked to you, it shows like locked to you. And then if you walk away, you can actually visually see the timer. Like right now, there's a timer under the hood, but it's not exposed. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't just expose that. I think it would be much clearer. Because if you then you know like, hey, I'm walking away from this, I only have 30 seconds to come back to it. It's way less chance that you accidentally let it get abandoned. What are the northeast coordinates of the map? Oh, sorry, I thought you were asking about for our base. The trading post is at this coordinates. The northeast upper coordinates, you're gonna have to find that out for yourself, because I don't want to reveal too much about the world. But go find out.
There was another person asking like, what's the like absolute end coordinate, so they know how much they have to travel, but then that kind of just gives away like how big it is and where it is.
Yeah, I see. So Rainbow Goblin is asking, can you confirm that supporter badgers are not pay to win in any way? So I would recommend that if you have any questions about pay to win or the supporter badges or any of that stuff, that you go take a look at this blog post. This blog post explains empires, how those interface with premium currency, why we've made a bunch of the decisions we've made, and how something may or may not be pay to win. It also links to another blog post that our CEO wrote about what is pay to win, how do we think what do we consider something to be pay to win. Definitely give that a read. The short of that, to try and answer your question, if you don't want the more details, is basically supporter badges are just your way of supporting the game. The only thing that you're effectively getting in those is, I mean, you're getting access to the game, which I guess you could argue is pay to play, but we're also giving plenty of people access to the game that haven't bought these. So it's kind of just like you're paying for a guaranteed lottery pull as opposed to a random chance. But a lot of people are going to get into the game regardless of buying these or not. And then primarily, it's basically just a way for you to support us and us to say thank you. You're basically getting cosmetics as a reward for that. The only thing that is, depending on how you look at it, not a cosmetic is the shards. The shards are basically used for buying cosmetics. So it's a premium currency that's used for buying cosmetics. One of those cosmetics is the Empire system. It's outlined fully in that blog why we consider this a cosmetic and what limitations we're putting on empires to keep it, in our eyes, a cosmetic. So if you think buying a supporter badge and getting cosmetics is pay to win, you can think that. If you want to understand more of our reasoning, you can read the blog post. I guess that's our thought behind it. Supporter badges are sold out. Will we open it to more in the future? I see. That's the Streamlabs is saying that. We will open it to more. Yeah, okay. They aren't ignoring them. Why are you ignoring questions about server cap? Okay, so I guess to answer that, I'm definitely not ignoring them. I was just trying to go through some the alpha stuff, or like the questions that I've seen. The server right now is set at a limit similar to the end of Alpha 1. We've made some improvements, but the last thing we wanted to do today on the first day of Alpha 2 is like, let's stress test the server and see if we can knock it down while everyone's trying to get into the new game, try the new content, all that stuff. We started at a conservative level. We're going to increase it as we see good results on the server stability. And, we'll have to cap it somewhere when the server starts to, kind of reach its limits. But that's basically that. I talked earlier in the stream about, what our focuses were behind the scenes on the technical side between Alpha 1 and now. We were primarily focusing on the server infrastructure side on enabling us to do things that were essential for live ops. So being able to like deploy updates to the game, maintain data if the server does not restart, but like fully go down and we have to fully reload the data from disk, making sure that we can do that. And it doesn't take originally in Alpha 1, we had to do some very crazy stuff during the downtime to get the server to be able to even come back up. And so making sure we didn't have to deal with those problems in Alpha 2 was mostly what we were focusing on. From here forward, we're going to be really focusing on improving the capacity and performance of the server. And so for Alpha 2, it's dramatically better than the beginning of Alpha 1, but it's not dramatically better than the end of Alpha 1. I already mentioned that in the stream. So the capacity is going to be in the same order of magnitude for sure as Alpha 1. So are the shards tradable or regular items? Someone asked. So the shards, I can show you here right now. So the shards are here in my vault. So it's obviously not showing the right number right now, but basically there's a bug here that was reported earlier that we're going to get fixed. But basically, if you buy a supporter badge, you'll get your shards assigned in here. You can purchase them from the store when that's available in the future. And right now, there's no way to trade them, but you can assign them to an empire. So like if I join, XYZ empire, I can donate my personal shards to the empire. Once they get donated to the empire, they're locked to that empire. So like the emperor can't take them out of the empire. The only thing the emperor can do is spend them on maintaining and expanding the empire. So if you basically right now, the only cosmetic that shards can be spent on is donating them to empires. There's literally nothing else in Alpha 2 that you can use them for. In the future, there might be other cosmetics that you could spend them on. For example, like a skin or something like that, like for your character or for a building or for a vehicle or something like that. But you basically, you get the shards, you can spend them on cosmetics. One of those things is like donating them to an empire, and then the empire can allocate them to cosmetics. Once they're donated to the empire, as it is right now, the plan is that they can't be like withdrawn or traded, or like they're locked to that empire basically. So think of it as like the donation is essentially committing them to be spent for that empire. But they will be tradable in the future, correct or no? To the best of my understanding right now, you won't be able to trade shards directly to another player like through here. Like well, I don't want to overcommit to that. I'll say like right now you can't trade them. There might be things that you can buy for these that are tradable, and so that's where we just want to be careful, I guess. Yeah, I guess I can't. Right now they're not tradable. I can't say for sure whether it'll be like this. I think part of what we're trying to see is how do they get used in Alpha 2. Is this something where having them be tradable would be an issue or not? I think the thing to keep in mind, which we've talked about in our monetization blog, is even if we don't let you trade them, there's always going to be a way for you to essentially, for people to trade them indirectly, essentially, like, hey, if you give me this item, I'll donate these shards to your empire, right? It's essentially like you can trade them. So
someone asked, what is considered enough shards to make an empire?
So I believe to start an empire, I haven't done the empire infrastructure on this research yet, which is here, because it's 20,000 supplies. What should we do here? Well, I don't know. Which research would we do here? Let's get a little bit more territory. Why not? I guess we're getting close to being able to maybe unlock tier 3 as well. Well, we haven't actually done, we're going to need the requirements here, but how much do you need for an empire? So I believe it costs 2,500 shards to found an empire, and then maybe around 1,000 more. So when you spend 2,500 to form the empire, then I think you might be around like 1,000 or 2,000 more to kind of get it started with like the basic foundry and crafting a few capsules. So I think within like, let's just say for sure for less than 5,000 shards, you can form an empire and capture some territory. So definitely, like, our intent was that with the amount that is included in the supporter badge, certainly every person who got a supporter badge could start and expand a decent bit of an empire, but are really sustaining that long term and assuming that nobody else tries to compete with your empire. The way that you're going to really get far is by kind of combining those together. The other thing too is like, we intentionally made it so like maintaining an empire is extremely cheap. And we are going to continue balancing that to make sure that that's kind of the case. But our intent for the system is that forming an empire, we want to have like a minimum bar there so that players don't think that this is like a system that's completely free, for example. But maintaining your empire is very, very low cost. We want to make it so that the actual thing that you're really like sinking a lot of shards into is like if you want to fight with another empire. It's like if there's some territory that's very valuable and two players want to actually like put their stake in the sand of like, no, I want this, then that's where you would really sink a larger amount of shards kind of defending that or attacking that. But if you just say like, I don't care for this, I'm going to just move my territory somewhere else, that isn't something that you'll sink a lot of hexite capsules into doing, if that makes sense. Did you change the item limit in the Brico shop? Definitely a bunch of stuff got updated on the recipes, especially the early game vehicles. I know that was like a problem before where like there was 5 carts and then once it was sold out, you had to wait like hours to maybe get a chance to buy one. That's definitely been fixed. claim decay / in-game time are only when you're playing the game. So anything that's physically in the world of BitCraft, with the exception right now of just vehicles, it's all taking up a shared resource, which is the world. And in the future, the world will be much larger, but it's still ultimately limited. And so anything in the world, like when you log out of the game, we can't just like keep that for you. So you have to maintain it based on it's based on like the time that the servers are running. If the server has to go down for maintenance, that will be paused, obviously. But you can see here basically like I'm spending basically 1,000 supplies per hour, and so I have 1 day and 1 hour remaining. And so I would need to add more supplies to this to charge it up more than that. And if I want to be able to maintain it for longer, I can do two things. So because I have 962 tiles of 1,000, if I dramatically reduce the size of my claim, which, like, let's be real here, if you look at this whole area here in the middle, it's basically not being used. We could probably make this claim much smaller. Then I could probably double or triple my time here. But I could also charge this up more, and I can research more supply limit, so I can charge up my claim more.
Someone asked, will there be an option to choose how far out your original spawn will be?
Yeah, so this is something I talked about earlier in the stream as well, but like how you spawn into the world and where you end up maybe after you do the basics of the tutorial is something that we want to evolve in the future. Excuse me, possibly even for Alpha 3. So ultimately what we want to make sure is that, you have kind of the choice between like spawn me in the wilderness, spawn me at my friend, or spawn me at like kind of like a decently established claim. So like if we possibly, in the future, you could say like recruitment here, and maybe there's a toggle that says like, enable players to spawn here. And then if you enable that and you have recruitment openings or whatever, if your claim is sufficiently set up, then players could spawn here. Maybe not immediately when they enter the game, but maybe after you do a tutorial, then you can have a chance to be like, send me to a established claim, or send me to this specific established claim. Will there be a system that prevents other empires from essentially doing a forced buyout to wipe all current empires off the map through war of attrition? I don't really, there's a little bit too complicated of a sentence for me to understand what you mean here. The way it works is that essentially, if an empire wants to attack the territory, essentially when they attack, they're just trying to capture it for themselves. So they're basically trying to take it over. So if you want to take over another empire's territory, it's kind of like a game of chicken of like who wants to sink more resources into trying to keep this. And so if you just give up right away and say like, let them have it, you're basically not going to lose anything other than however much you've maintained there, but that's going to be a relatively small amount. If you fight and you think like, I'm going to outlast them, and they just keep going, and then you give up, then you might have like over invested and then you end up losing it. So it's kind of this choice of like, how much do we want to like play chicken with the other person, of seeing like, oh, how far will they go to capture this? Can I make them give up if I just keep defending it? We have a bunch of systems in place that make it so that like incumbent empires are kind of at a disadvantage, because the fuel that you put into this battle is coming from your capital city. And so the closer you are to your capital city, the easier it is for you to get those like hexite capsules there to fuel the battle on your side. But the further the other empire is from their capital city, the further they have to send those resources. So they could be like shipping, if you're on your small island and you're trying to build a watchtower right outside of your capital city, and they're on the other side of the world, their capital, for them to attack you, they're going to have to ship stuff across the world for every attack that they're basically doing. So yeah, someone's saying, oh, there's logistics to deliver the capsules. Yes, because you can only craft the capsules in the capital city of your empire. So the bigger you expand your empire, the more you have to like logistics stuff to the edges of your empire. So having an empire that's small, that's centered around its capital city, is going to be easy to maintain, or like there's going to be much less logistics. And the further you get, the more difficult it is to maintain. The other thing is the maintenance cost of all of your nodes gets higher and higher the more nodes you have. So if you have like an empire that controls like 50 squares of territory, it's going to have a lower cost, and an empire that has a massive amount of territory is going to have a relatively higher cost. There's also aspects of like, if you build a watchtower that's completely isolated, it's going to have a premium, like a a multiplier that it gets added for being isolated. And so in order to make it not isolated, you need to connect it to a settlement that's aligned to your empire, or connect it all the way back to the capital. Can empires battle to take over land from normal claims that aren't registered as empires? So this is a great question. The important thing to understand is that empires operate on a separate scale from claims. So there's a blog that I wrote a long time ago called this, BitCraft, a game of scales. And I think there's also a YouTube video about it. But basically, we think of the game in 3 scales. There's the character scale, the settlement scale, and the empire scale. None of these things are ever competing downwards. So an empire can never have negative impact on a settlement, and a settlement can never have negative impact on a player. This is kind of the core philosophy of BitCraft's design. So an empire can fully control territory that is within the territory where you've built your claim, and they can't exert any pressure on you. Like, it's just like, oh, I'm part of this country, right? It's like, if you've claimed this area, this is your like private property. There's no property taxes or like empire taxes, at least right now in the game. So there's no way that the empire can exert any sort of like pressure on you. You can decide as a settlement to align or just stay neutral with the empire, or you could even align with a different empire. So you could say, like, if we open the map here, right now nobody's, I think, made any empires yet. But if we zoomed in here, say that this whole area that I'm looking at here was part of some empire, I could start my own empire even though I'm under their territory, or I could even join another empire that's like, further across the world, and that would I would be kind of like showing that I'm like in opposition to the empire that I'm under, but there's nothing that they can do about that. It would only be if I start to like establish or contest the territory here that I'm kind of in active defiance. Otherwise, I'm just saying like, hey, my allegiance is with this other person.
I don't know if you see it on the map. There's the claim that says Minch told me to name this claim.
Yeah, good job, whoever made this. Let me see. There's a lot of comments here. Yeah. Oh, is Heimlich still a pink cube? If you're seeing Heimlich as a pink cube, either you have the wrong build or there's a bug, in which case please report that.
I think they're just asking from last alpha.
Okay, well that's it shouldn't be, I guess, is the short answer.
There's a question about lore. Oh,
I'm working my way down. I think okay. I don't want to jump around too much, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
It will be possible to use shards to defend or attack other territory. Does it mean more money I put into the game, the more shards I have, the more powerful I am? On the empire scale, basically, yes, but not. There's some more layers to that, right? It's like, if you spend more money and you have more shards, that doesn't guarantee your ability to like have a successful empire. You still need to have the supplies to process those into capsules. You need to have the logistics and the manpower to distribute those to the territory. When someone sieges you, you need to have the ability to respond. So it gives you the ammunition, but it doesn't give you the guns or the manpower to win those wars. You need to have those things in addition. But like we explained deeply in the blog, I think a lot of people are asking, oh, is this pay to win? It's pay to win a cosmetic, which is basically the empire system is meant to be a zero-sum cosmetic is kind of how we describe it. So I can relink the blog again here for those people who haven't read it, but definitely take a read there. We explain basically everything I think that you guys are asking about here. And we also have a blog linked at the start of that explains the kind of prerequisite knowledge that we explained in the original blog that we wrote a few years ago.
And regarding
so give that a read. Yeah, it's the game monetization and then the empires and BitCraft are the 2 blogs. So give those a read. If you have questions, come back after that. If you don't agree with it or you dislike it, that's fair. I mean, I think everyone has different opinions of how they want to see games monetized. Both of these blogs are directly from the CEO of Clockwork Labs, and we believe right now that this is the best way to monetize the game for what we're trying to do. And if it ends up not being the right way, we'll make adjustments. So that's the current kind of position on that. Can empires take over land on normal claims? No, we went over that one. That kind of sounds like pay to win PvP. Like I said, kind of read the blog, but it is an aspect of it is definitely pay to win. I mean, you can pay for more shards. more shards can help you win if you have the other things to back that up. I think from what we've seen in the little bit of internal testing we've done, just having more shards definitely won't help you win, like have the biggest empire. You really need that manpower, the logistics. You need to be acquiring those supplies to produce the hexite capsules. And but ultimately, you know, we've done some internal tests, we've done the theory. I can't promise that everything's perfectly balanced. I can't even promise that the theory is correct. And so part of what we're doing here in alpha of BitCraft is we are going to see how people interact with empires in alpha 2. We're going to see how people feel about it, and we're going to make adjustments from there as needed. If I can buy shards, which I'm just getting through, I think, a lot of the questions that people were asking. So if I can buy shards, which will help me with territory, it's pay to win. No, shards will help you with empires, assuming you have the other things to actually deploy them. Is there any key to press to rearrange my inventory? That's a good question. I thought we had added a sort or an organized thing. Not to the inventory though. Maybe to buildings. Let me check here. Maybe not. We definitely had a ticket. We had a task to do that. If we haven't done it already, which it looks like maybe we haven't, it's definitely coming. So definitely want to do that. Here's a question. Y'all hiring general application? We're not actively hiring for any positions right now, but we have kind of a permanent policy of like, we'll always take a look. There's plenty of times where we've hired someone that just was a perfect fit for the team, and we found a role for them, or there's a place where they could add value to the team. So I believe we have let me look it up here. Clockwork Labs. I think on our website we have
is it the workable link?
Yeah, we have a general application here. So let me send this link in chat. Here. Got it. Who's asking here? We actually have a link to a general application thing on here. So take a look at that, and feel free to submit something. We've definitely hired people from the community in the past, and if you have the right skill set, could be a good fit for the team. Did you plan a language option? If yes, will it be base or player translation, or by IA or by real translator? The game will definitely be localized in the future. For now in alpha, we are trying to validate and test certain aspects of the game before we kind of move to localizing it later in the production timeline. But definitely by the time the game releases, we'll have it localized in a number of languages, but we want to do that when it makes sense. Have the trading town run out of coins yet? Probably not, because we're charging coins for many stuff. So I don't think we can.
Someone mentioned that like everything was looted already from the shop. Like
for the runes, I mean this shop is like fully stocked. I've been trying to keep them loosely stocked here. This one certainly is stocked. There's like a few things that can be crafted here, but definitely I know Jordan, Voxel, and myself have been kind of passively trying to make sure stuff stays in stock. I mean, some of the shops are kind of out of stock by design, I guess you could say. Like this shop is not intended to be like a place to get free bread. You have to bring the ingredients here. Oh, I guess though it needs one to kick it off, so that's actually a good point. So we should make sure that some of these that are at 0 get reset, but in general most of these things are designed to like sustain. So if you bring, there's plenty of charcoal in here, there's plenty of a bunch of other stuff, so it's like if you bring the ingredients here, you can buy a brick, and then we'll use those ingredients to craft more bricks, and then it stays in stock. So if there's any stores that are out of stock that are just waiting to be processed, let Voxel or Jordan know in the local chat maybe. What about personal claymores? So settlement versus settlement conflict is definitely something that I think has to exist in some form in the game eventually, because otherwise there's kind of no way to deal with like, oh, this huge settlement is here and they're impeding me or they're competing with me or whatever. And so, but we want to think carefully about how we implement this. Right now in the game, we haven't gotten the right systems working so that players who just want to play and focus on their character can do that without having a settlement themselves. And as long as those players are kind of thinking about themselves as like a character focused player, but they still need to have a settlement, we don't want larger settlements that are really playing at the settlement scale to be bullying characters who have a personal settlement. We want to move to a world where like people focus on their character, can do everything they need to do without necessarily engaging fully with the settlement scale. And that means settlements are really fighting only equally with other settlements, and we want to put the right systems in place for that to happen in a fair way. So it will eventually come, but it is not in the game right now for some good reasons. Thoughts on a hold button to toggle off interact so you can move the camera more naturally? Hold button to interact. I'm not sure what this is getting at.
I mean, you only interact when you like click on something. So
yeah, you only interact if you left click. So if you middle mouse to pan your camera, that's fine. If you arrow keys to pan your camera, that also shouldn't interact with anything. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the question. So let me know, I guess, if that needs more clarification.
Oh, example, while holding keyboard left click works like middle click.
I see. So you could so left click works like middle click. I don't know if I completely understand that. You're saying like so.
Oh, I think what they mean is like in some games you can disable the cursor, or like in some MMOs like in Terra, like you can disable the use of your left click as like an interaction click, and you can use it to just move the camera around. So essentially they want to unbind left
yeah click.
I
mean the middle mouse button should be rebindable in the future. Right now it's not, but I think you would be able to do that if that is what you're asking. As long as you could rebind stuff sufficiently that your left click does what middle mouse button does, that should be possible. Lavenderish Fox said, I know you might already said something about this, but I wonder what is your opinion. Controls, people have been telling me WSD controls were received badly by players. I'm wondering who struggled with the current. I am someone who struggles with the current controls, but I'm open to play the game as it is, hence I got the supporter badge. Still, I wonder if it's still a possibility to include WSD controls for people who struggle with the current controls. So I think our public position on this before, to repeat it for those who don't know, is basically like the game from the get-go was designed to be a click to move, click to interact game. A lot of assumptions around like the gameplay and the types of progress in the game and how the game's intended to be played are optimized for that. And so I think that's always likely to be the core like default control mechanism for the game. Oh no, these poor people are starting these crafts themselves. Let me try to help them. So that's the click to move is always going to be the core kind of design control scheme for the game. That said, we've eventually down the road we maybe want to support console and controllers. I think we have prototyped a WASD system that we've tested in the past. The concern, or I guess like basically in the future, I think it's possible that we'll allow that as like an alternate opt-in control scheme, but you have to like click some box that's like, I understand that this is I understand that this is experimental or like not the intended way to do it. But the kind of the overarching concern from us is basically that players who come into the game expecting a WSD game are fundamentally like BitCraft is fundamentally not that. So like, for example, like the game is 2.5D. There's no way to like jump over something in BitCraft. It's like baked into the like deepest parts of the tech and like how the game world is kind of conceptualized, that like if we give you the ability to WSD, then it's like, oh, it's kind of annoying that I can WSD to move, but I can't jump. It's like, okay, then we give you a jump that's like a cosmetic jump, but then it's like, well, how come I can't jump down a ledge? And so like basically it starts to kind of like, if you start wanting more things that you get in a WSD game or like a third person kind of that type of game, we can kind of do some things there, but eventually it gets kind of too low level, and it just like the whole thing kind of starts to unravel of like what's possible and how the game is designed to work, that we don't want to like mislead people about how the game is supposed to be played and like how the game is designed around, as well as we don't want to start to create this thing of like all of a sudden the game feels like the worst WASD controlled game ever because it's like basically a click to move game that's like putting a WASD layer on top of it. If that is better for some people, we want to support that for accessibility reasons, but we don't want to. We want to be careful just about like how we frame the game. You know, if you are only interested in playing games with like WASD 3D character controller systems, BitCraft might not be the game for you, because BitCraft is designed around, you know, being a 2D click to move game, as far as like being able to play it for hundreds or thousands of hours and kind of the pace of play and how you control your character and what sorts of stuff you can do. It's very baked into that kind of underlying assumption. Wait, you already talked about this. 0, 0 is the center of the map. This go? No, we were talking about for the future doing something, but 0, 0 is still the bottom left corner of the map.
Oh, Voxel's in chat. You mentioned, and I think a couple other people mentioned, people have been selling a bunch of stuff but not buying enough.
I mean, I think that's part of supply and demand, I guess. I think that's fine. The problem is when people are crafting stuff directly into the passive crafting buildings, which means they can't collect it, and then they get kind of stuck. Like there's plenty of like, if you want to craft cloth strips, don't put it on the loom, come buy it from the shop, and then we'll put it on the loom and put more in stock. If you put it on the loom, you're not going to be able to get it back. So this is part of the limitations that I mentioned before of like, we want to change the way this works, but we weren't able to in time for Alpha 2. So there is a way to use the systems in place right now to kind of do what we want, but if you aren't aware of the way that you should do that, then you can kind of mess it up. So I guess be aware of that. Any new skills in development? Great question. So I think went pretty wide on the amount of skills to begin with. Like there was definitely a lot of questions of like, do we even really need tailoring and leatherworking to be separate skills? And the addition of Scholar was kind of like a novel, like, wow, we really thought we got everything, but then we added that. The thing that I would say here is like, I think there's a lot more aspects of the game that we want to deepen before we would even consider adding another skill. And part of the way the skills are designed is that like, they're intended to be like very intertwined with each other, that like every skill depends on other skills so that you all can specialize and work together to advance. If we add a new skill, we need to weave it in sufficiently into all the other skills. I think if we do add a new skill, it would be more of like adding enough content that then we carve out an area and call it a new skill. So like maybe cooking becomes like, you know, cooking and then alchemy or something. And we take like, you know, a bunch of the like mixing ingredients and stuff like that and make that a different skill. Or maybe Scholar becomes split up into some other things. But for right now, there's no plans to make a new skill anytime soon. What we do want to do is focus on adding a lot of content that adds to everybody. So for example, we want to make it so that like, hey, let's add some more vehicles, let's add some more mounts, let's add more stuff. We want to add more travelers and more interactions that you can do with them, more types of content that you can get. We want to, you know, like, let's add a new traveler that specializes in pets and like have a whole pet system that every player can, you know, do stuff for that traveler and unlock pets. Like we think that would be really cool. And that benefits everyone, as opposed to adding a new profession that only affects, you know, less than 1/10 of players in the game. Someone asked, I have 2 supporter badges. How do I gift one to a friend? Katrin Valkyria. So if you purchase a supporter badge, you should have received an email. In that email, you'll have multiple keys, game keys, that it's like all caps, BitCraft _ and then a bunch of letters and numbers. Those keys each key can be used to get someone into the game. So have your friend download the launcher, give them one of those keys, and have them click the option, I have a game key, and paste it in. And then that will allow you and your friend to both get in. How long can I leave completed crafting items in the crafting station? So this is something I mentioned before. We really want to add that timer so it's visible to players, but I believe it's around 30 seconds to a minute. So if you stand there and you're still crafting it, it kind of keeps it like locked at 60 seconds, I think is roughly what it is. And then if you walk away, whether it's in progress or completed, I think that timer starts going down. And then if you don't come back and collect it or resume it in that time, then it becomes public. And then anybody who has inventory permission of the town, I believe, can take it from there.
Got a message from Swim's left foot. Will the cult of Swim ever get official recognition?
I don't even know who that is, who the cult of Swim is. So consider that your lack of official recognition. I don't know. I think it's up to you to make your name for yourself in the game or in the community. So if you want to recruit for the cult of Swim, do that in the game, and maybe if you get enough people, that will be your recognition.
Start an empire.
Yeah, start an empire, start a settlement, start a clan, which I think is something we mentioned in the Empire's blog post, which for those who haven't seen it, we definitely want to add support for other social systems that aren't just settlements and empires. So think of, we don't have in the game right now, but like friends lists, clans, guilds, stuff like that. We're going to add more stuff like that in the future. Let's see here. How many alphas are you going to do? Great question. So right now we're in alpha 2. There's a few things that we want to, basically the short answer is we don't know, but probably think we'd like to move to beta before we get to like 5 or 6 alphas. But basically, hopefully we're moving to a world where we're doing longer alphas more often, so there's like less and less downtime between them, and we're basically moving towards a few things. Before we move into beta, we want to be able to serve kind of as many people as want to play the game. So if 50,000 people want to play BitCraft, we can support that many people. So like we can kind of dynamically scale up the world, scale up our servers and all that infrastructure so that many more people can play the game before we move to beta. We also want to make sure that like the core game loop and the amount of content in the game is sufficient that the game can basically be like permanently live. So when we move to beta, we might still be doing wipes during beta, but we want the game to be basically at like almost 100% uptime. So like if a playtest is ending, there's maybe like a week of downtime, and then we start a new playtest right after that, and that goes for several months. So the plan for beta is to be kind of in that mode. So that means enough content, enough systems, and kind of enough of the gameplay dynamics worked out, as well as the infrastructure. I think once we have those two things, then we're definitely seriously looking at being in beta. But it'll be a smooth transition. It's not like we're in alpha and then we go radio silent for a year and then we come back and it's like now the game's in beta and it's completely different. It's going to be like a gradual process. From pre-alpha to alpha, we did a little bit of that where we had like kind of 6 months of nothing, and then we really revamped a lot of stuff and came back for alpha 1. But from here on, it's just like longer tests, more content, less downtime between tests, larger amounts of people playing the game. That's kind of the big focus for moving forwards. How long do you expect until someone has the first empire up and running? Will be kind of funny to hear your expectation versus what the community does. Great question. I believe so. I mean, how long could you theoretically take before you get your first empire? So to unlock the empire research, it takes 20,000 supplies, which means you need at least this research. That takes 15 minutes. The tier 1 research, I think, takes 5 seconds. This takes 1 hour. So the absolute minimum would be like an hour and a half, maybe you could get up an empire. That said, to actually like craft up 20,000 supplies probably could take another hour if you're doing it by yourself. If you have a team of people that's like really trying to get your empire set up, I think you could probably get an empire set up in like less than 3 hours reasonably. I think realistically, do I think some people are going to go like completely whole hog on just trying to get their empire set up as quickly as possible? I don't think it makes sense. So I think like you don't want to rush over indexing into just the empires, unless maybe in the future in playtest people determine that like doing a quick land grab at the start is really valuable. But I think if you haven't explored the world, you don't even know maybe where you want your empire to be. So I think there's we intentionally made it so there's very little blockers to getting an empire started at the beginning of the game. It's not meant to be the end game. It's a parallel gameplay system that runs in parallel to building up settlements and building up your character. It's something that can continue for the entire duration of the game, but there's definitely reasons to not like rush into it at the very beginning of a wipe.
I'm sure there'll still be plenty of ambitious people though that will try.
Is it worthwhile to be early versus saving on resources? I think this person's commenting on Lethal Chip, asking about the empires. I think it's exactly the point that I was making of like, you could go fully deep and like rushing to get an empire up and running, but if you haven't explored much of the world yet and you place it in a place that you don't long term you don't care much for, it's not it's definitely not easy right now to move your empire, and it would be potentially wasteful on the hexite shard side of things as well. So I think you want to know for sure where you want it to be. You probably want to like build up your character a little bit more. Keep in mind that in order to make every bit of hexite capsules needed for all the empire stuff, every one of those capsules needs a decent amount of supplies. And so if you aren't producing enough supplies in your capital city, you're going to just like run your capital claim dry and your whole empire is going to fold. So you definitely can't make a successful empire with just hexite shards. They're a necessary part, but they're far from the only thing you need. Having a lot of supplies and good flow there of like having enough people producing more supplies, having the people needed to distribute those capsules excuse me, to your watchtowers, very, very essential. I know this question is constantly asked, but how do we get access to the alpha? I'm going to do this and do badge, I think. Hopefully that answers that person's question. If the empire's capital city is captured, you will need to reinvest the shards to rebuild it. So you can't capture a city right now. There's definitely, I can't say that this is the final way that it'll work, but basically empires exist. The concept of an empire exists outside of the physical world. It is like a concept, right? So if I decide to call myself, I'm an emperor, I'm an empire, but I'm an emperor, but I'm an emperor of nothing. And so I need to then establish a physical presence in the world for my empire to be meaningful in any way. Otherwise, I can't have any people that are like authorities of my empire. I can't have a crown. I can't have any territory. And so I can still have people who like support me, who like align with my idea of my empire, but we're a whole bunch of people without any territory. It's like a king. If you've ever watched like Game of Thrones, it's like, the guy who wants to be the king of this place, and he has an army, but he hasn't taken that territory back yet. It's like, he has the right to the throne, but he hasn't established that yet. So you can do the same thing in BitCraft. You can form an empire. You can have the concept of that empire. You can have people who align with it, but until you establish some territory, you're kind of like a broken empire. And so there's no such thing as capturing a settlement or capturing a capital city right now. All you can do is strip them of all their territory, which is essentially, it just takes you back to the starting point of an empire. So you can never lose your empire outside of a few kind of edge cases that are going to get handled differently in the future. If you, I believe, turn over ownership of your claim to someone else, then there might be a way for them to become the emperor through that. So it's kind of to handle the place, like if you fully like quit the game, in the same way that someone else can take over the claim eventually when it reaches 0, they could also maybe take over the empire. But I think we're going to change that after some design discussions later in the development. Hopefully that answers your question.
Someone asked if there were any new ruins or dungeons added.
Good question. I think there might be one new one, but it hasn't been a big focus from Alpha 1 to Alpha 2. We really wanted to, we were really focused on adding the empires, which is a huge undertaking, but also just like there was a million quality of life fixes and bug fixes and improving the content in meaningful ways that are going to affect like the vast majority of the hours people spend in the game. We really want to do a deep dive in like reimagining and reinvigorating kind of the content behind the runes. Like I would think visually there's a huge room for improvement. The runes are very like placeholder graphics right now, and then the content of them is very surface level. Like it's a lot of repetitive, like the same kind of static puzzles and stuff. A lot of them can all be done solo. There's no threats or danger, and like the collapsing kind of mechanism isn't used to any like really interesting degrees right now. We have a lot of cool ideas for these as far as like cooperative mechanics, more danger and threats and traps, more obstacles that are more interesting than just like mining debris. more types of puzzles that aren't static, so it's like not the same solution to the puzzle every time. You have to like solve the puzzle in a procedural way every time. These are all things that we want to bring to the runes, in addition to like a big visual overhaul, and thinking about what rewards do you get from the runes and how does that impact the overall progression in the game. There's going to be a huge focus on the runes, I can say for sure, in an upcoming alpha, when it's the right time for it. But we want to focus on building the things that are the most impactful first, and then augment on those from there.
I saw someone mentioned they were posting photos in the like public Discord, and so people are already throwing up screenshots of their characters and their claims. I definitely encourage more people to do that. That's always nice to see, and so you guys should definitely be in our Discord if you're not already. Here's the link.
Yeah, two quick questions that I see in the chat here too is someone says, does the supporter badge expire? I have a second supporter badge that I got. Is there a time limit to when it has to be activated? So the way the supporter badge works is it doesn't expire. It's basically a permanent kind of thing on your account that's showing that you supported us. And the way that'll work is at the start of every playtest in the future, like alpha or beta, you'll get an email or you'll get assigned to your account some keys or whatever, and those keys can be used in that key will be specific to that playtest, and then the next playtest you'll get a new key. But for every playtest you will get keys for the amount of supporter badges you have. Those keys will always be usable. Like you could wait till the very last day of the playtest and still use it, and then the next playtest you'll get a new set of keys based on the number of badges you have, and those will be usable in that playtest. So if you don't use a key for the playtest, that's totally fine. The next playtest you'll get new keys based on the number of badges you have, and you can use those keys in the next playtest. So that's how that works. Let me know if you have any more questions. Someone said, we found a way to cheat in the duo one in last alpha. I don't know if the team is aware. We made a post in the Discord. Yeah, there was definitely a bug that was allowing multiple people to like activate the same key at once. We for sure fixed it. If people find another way to do that, I'd ask you to report it. We definitely have ways to, like, we know how many keys were issued and we know how many unique accounts have been created. So we can definitely tell if that is happening again. But to my understanding, we fixed all the possible ways of doing that. So yeah, it should be not possible to do that anymore. Have you thought about making a web version of an avatar creator that you can use on the hub? We could use as Discord profiles. I think this is a super cool idea. I think there's been a lot of questions around like claiming usernames through some system before the game launches, or like pre-claiming usernames for the eventual launch of the game or the alphas, having kind of customizing your character or having more collectibles and stuff in the hub. I think this is a pretty cool novel idea of like making an avatar of your character and having a way to like generate that for the hub. I think that sounds really cool. Basically, we started the hub for Alpha 1, and then we had some technical issues and stuff with it. And we were so focused on making sure Alpha 1 was as smooth as possible that we kind of had to put the hub on the back burner. We did kind of a minimum pass on just like solving some of the technical issues and moving it over to a new system for Alpha 2, just to make sure that it wasn't completely like abandoned and forgotten about. But we still have a lot of stuff that we haven't re-implemented or haven't kind of expanded on for the hub. I guess rest assured, like the hub is something we want to like keep building on and have it be essentially like the goal is to have the hub be essentially like your account management page. Like it is essentially your BitCraft account outside of the game. So we want to have like, eventually you'll be able to like, do anything you would do on a normal like account management page for a website for another MMO. You should be able to do all that stuff, like character services, but I think like other cool, just like cosmetic or like social stuff is also a big thing there, of being able to like, unlock cosmetics or show your cosmetics or have a preview of your character or have like social like forums or something tied to that in the future is all cool ideas that we're thinking about. Not about the key, about the duo rune. Cheat in the duo rune. I see. I think the duo rune probably hasn't been changed. Although I do know that there was some bug fixes relating to the content of the runes or some of the like cargo things you had to hold. So it's possible that has been patched. but we'll stay tuned on that, I guess.
I'm not sure if this was answered already, but any new skills in development?
I did answer this one. We're not planning to add any new skills because I don't think it's the best. It's not the best place that we can have an impact on the content in the game. I think the 13 skills that we have right now covers a pretty wide surface area, and adding a new skill requires like changing the existing ones to fit it in. What we're really focused on doing is like adding new content that augments all the skills in the game. So like adding new stuff around like vehicles, mounts, pets, character upgrades. Like there's a few things that we've barely, like we implemented a very placeholder thing in pre-alpha and we haven't been able to come back to it. Things like the runes, things like hunting and combat, things like the character thing, like the power sources here. This is very placeholder right now. We have a lot of cool plans for like how to make a really interesting system here where you like can specialize your character and augment them in different stats, and how you get the ingredients needed to build these power sources. All that type of stuff would be like just one example of like something that's like kind of in the game right now, but is very surface level deep. I think there's other things like that we could just like, you know, stuff on the traveler, stuff on the runes, stuff on the character power progression, stuff on the vehicles and mounts. These are the places that we want to like add our energy to making new content because it benefits all the players and not just like the people who pick that skill. So I don't think we'll see a new skill, I won't say forever, but for a long while, because I think we're going to be focused on those other areas. But we'll keep refining the existing skills, and we definitely want to bring more polished mechanics to the current skills. Like fishing and farming, we have different visions for how those should work than they work right now. Probably other skills too, and we want to continue expanding and polishing the existing skills. Where are we at here? Someone saying it was probably talking about the rune where you could require 2 players and a tier 6 chisel and a second key from a different rune. You could solve the puzzle without having a tier 6 chisel. I'll talk to the content team and see if we think that bug is still there. If not, we can probably fix that. So thanks for the report of that. Can you transport the supporter badge to a friend's account? As for now, I understand it'll always get codes to my email. What if I want to sell a badge or give a badge to someone else? So we're looking into this. We want to just like make sure it's done properly because obviously people paid for these badges. The kind of burden of making sure it all works exactly how it's supposed to work is a lot higher. I know a lot of people bought badges kind of with the intent of like, oh, I'm buying this for my significant other so they can access the game too, or I'm buying this for my friend and I want to gift them a copy of the game basically, or gift them access to all the pre-alphas. We understand that people want to do this. We're looking into how we can do it, but we want to make sure that we do it correctly. So yeah, I think there's a very good chance you'll be able to do it, but not yet. Is there any way I can get beta access, please? I put in for the last one and didn't get it either. So if you get access to the beta, that's definitely news to me. But for the alpha, you can, the one way to get guaranteed access right now, which is how everyone in the game who's playing right now has gotten in, is by purchasing a supporter badge. Currently, they are out of stock, but they're definitely going to be getting restocked this week as we have the queue of the game get smaller. So no way to get crushed pyrolite. Let me see here. Here. I believe, or sorry, this. Oh, never mind. Actually, hold on. I think. No. Talk to Voxel. Okay. Where was I at with that? Saying, oh, the supporter badges. So the supporter badges are sold out right now. We're going to stock more of them this week. The reason the stock was limited is because we don't want to have too many people get these, and then we can't deliver on actually guaranteeing access to the game because there's too many people trying to play and we have a limited capacity. Once we're sure that we can actually support letting more people in, we'll sell more of those. There's also for sure going to be a lot of random access given out over the course of the next few weeks during Alpha 2. So if you aren't interested in buying a supporter badge, just make sure you've signed up on our website. So if you just go to bitcraftonline.com, click sign in or like log in or sign up, make sure that your account exists there, then you are definitely in the pool for being considered for getting an invite. If we are gifted a key from a badge owner now, then later I buy your own badge, will we just get another X shard? So the person who bought the badges gets the shards, is how it's assigned right now. I think if you trade the badge in the future, you'll be trading, or if you trade, like, I think the way it's going to work is like what you bought the badges for gets kind of created in your inventory, the contents of the badge. So in your inventory, you'll have like a thing representing the founder title, a thing representing like the game access, and then a thing representing the shards. I think there's been discussion around how this will work, but like you would potentially be able to like assign that to someone individually. So like if you personally bought it and I just want to give my friend, I can't use 2 game access, but I can use 2 twice as many shards. I can just assign the game access to my friend's account, is kind of how it's being considered right now. And then ultimately in the game, you could use those shards to buy them something or to donate them to the same empire. Whether you'll be able to trade the shards or trade the extra titles, I'm not 100% sure on what's being decided there. So stay tuned for kind of announcements on that. I think we'll communicate with the community before we put that up for kind of what's possible as far as reassigning those. Any ideas when you want keys to be given out by streamers? My understanding is that behind the scenes, some content creators have already been reached out to. Yeah, I think it's on them, I guess, whether they activate their keys or not. So that's all I can say on that. That's all I know on that, I guess.
Yeah, it's on their end when they choose to stream the game and do their giveaways or anything like that.
Hold up, I could give my supporter badge to someone, but they can't use it this alpha, right? So after that, so right now you can't give your supporter badge to anyone. It's locked to your account in the hub. That might change in the future. For this alpha, the number of supporter badges that you purchase, so if you bought 2 badges, you will receive an email giving you 2 keys, one for each of those supporter badges. If you want to let your friend play for this specific alpha, you give them, those keys are only usable by this alpha or during this alpha. So if you use 1 key for yourself and you give your friend the other key, they'll be able to play for the entirety of this alpha. At the end of this alpha, you still have the badges. The next alpha, you'll still get 2 more keys. If you somehow give them the badge in the future, when that's possible, if that's possible, then they'll get 1 key and you'll get 1 key, and then you could both use your own keys. So it's kind of up to you. If you just want to give your friend access to one of the badges that you've purchased during this alpha, just share one of those keys with them and they will be able to use that key for this alpha, but then you'll still get those 2 keys at the start of the next alpha. And yeah, that's how that'll work. Any ideas when, oh no, I already read that one. Yeah, the vault is bugging out with the shard amount. We're gonna work on a fix, and mine's doing it too. We're gonna work on a fix that we'll push out a hot fix for when we have that, which will fix that. But it takes a certain amount of time for the engineers to fix it and make a new build and then push it out through the updater. But hopefully in the next day or so, we'll have a fix there. The resources inside my claim keep respawning super fast. I can't get rid of flint. So flint and bushes respawn super fast in the same spot because they're part of the tutorial and we want to make sure they don't get depleted. If you pave over them or build over them or do anything over where they were, once they're depleted, they will stop coming back forever. So if you destroy a bush and then you pave it or you start building a construction site there, that will just permanently delete it and it won't come back. You can even just put a construction site and remove the construction site and that will get rid of it. If I give away a key that I have, would the person who I give it to still have the ability to get one randomly emailed, or would that disqualify them from the lottery system? I'm not sure exactly how it works. My understanding is, I actually don't. I can't say for sure. It could. I'm not sure. But I think in the past we had people get random emails who had already been admitted through like a random key giveaway, and they were able to just give the second key that they got to someone else. So I would default to saying it probably like they are still able to get an extra key, but I can't say for sure. Someone says I am.
I'm on a boat
Kitsune
headed
Red
northeast.
said I'm on a boat headed northwest. Northeast. Wish me luck. Yeah, we'll be curious to see who reaches the corner of the world first. So good luck.
Yeah, I think there's a couple people already like competing for that. This is a race.
Someone's saying, "What clan is this? Way bigger than the others I've seen."
Actually, do we want to show how much progress some people nearby have made already? I think some people started building decent amount.
Wait, so we could theoretically drive Flint to extinction by building construction sites and tearing them down. There's basically two layers. So there's the normal mechanism that looks at the intended population of a resource and tries to get that across the entire world, tries to bring the global population back up to that level. There's a second layer for Flint and bushes, which we actually turned on for other stuff in the last playtest when we realized that the other thing wasn't working correctly, which is that basically as soon as it gets depleted, it like schedules a respawn of that same resource in roughly the same spot or exactly the same spot after some amount of time. So like if you cut down a bush, it says, I will plan to respawn a bush here in 60 seconds. And then once every 10 minutes, we check, okay, there should be 500,000 bushes in the world, but there's only 400,000. Let's respawn 20,000 randomly across the world. And so if you go through and like destroy a bush and put a construction site and kind of like delete, you'll unschedule it from coming back in that exact spot, but it'll still get picked up by the second level of respawning, if that makes sense. Imagine if they added a wrap to the world so there aren't corners anymore. I would say we've definitely talked about that. Part of what we want to make sure though is like if you're on one side of the world, like we want it to feel far from the other side. Obviously, like in the real world, it's a globe, as some people say. So the furthest spot there's always a further spot from you, but you're not always far from everything else. But I think the way we're going to expand the world is kind of going to rely on those edges not being wrapping around, because then what previously was close is now further because something got expanded in between you, and that doesn't really make sense. So we're going to have to figure that out.
We have 3Blave in the chat.
Yeah.
With terrible internet, but he's here.
Minch is going to get all nervous again. Do I get nervous in front of 3Blave? Is that a thing?
Might be. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, unfortunately, 3Blave or Tyler couldn't be here today. He's out of the office today, but we're here kicking off Alpha 2 in his stead. And yeah, I know if there's anybody who's excited about what the players are going to do with Empires in Alpha 2, it's Tyler. So I know that he wishes he could be here, but I think he's going to be really excited to get back to the office in the future and see, what players have started to do on the Empire side. He says in chat, how are the Empires going? So nobody has, as far as I know, nobody started an Empire yet. But I think part of that is just, I think we said like the minimum possible time that you could establish an Empire is around 2.5 hours, which we've barely hit. But I think it makes a lot of sense to not just rush fully into starting your Empire, but like actually make sure you have the right foundations. So someone says give Tortuga 5 more minutes. If Tortuga's on the verge of an Empire, that's pretty exciting. Someone said, damn, I loot 1,400 hex coin in a single chest. What happened? So one thing we did, which I guess is good to be aware of, is we found that a lot of people were having trouble trading because the hex coins were kind of like, you couldn't really buy and sell a single log for hex coins because like the log was worth less than a hex coin. And so we took all the hex coin amounts in the game, and I think we multiplied by like 100. So like what used to be $1 of a hex coin is now a penny of a hex coin, if that analogy makes sense. But basically, nothing's changed about hex coins. It's just like the denomination of them is smaller. So you'll get more from the runes, but the travelers will request more of them in return. And hopefully between players, that allows you to have more granular prices of like, this guy's selling fiber for 6, but this guy's buying it for 5. So you can kind of affect that. Someone says hex coins were worthless in Alpha 1. You inflated them. I think it depends. I think there's a difference between them being worthless and them not being useful, right? So I think it would only count as inflating them is if we changed the how much you needed to spend them on while you were holding them, but hopefully you earn more of them now. Well, I guess it is technically inflation, but it's inflation when nobody's holding any of them. So hopefully it's more fair. People didn't use the trading stalls much. I agree with that. And as we talked about earlier in the stream, the goal here is to take a bunch of steps that all together come towards people hopefully using them a lot more. I mean, part of what we've set up here, if you weren't here earlier in the stream, is hopefully this town is going to be a good example of how players can use barter stalls to set up a town where theoretically, if you get enough people trafficking your town and you set up your barter stalls correctly, you know, you can essentially progress in the game without doing anything yourself. Yeah, someone said it's hard to know who sell what unless you cross the map or look for it in Discord. We talked about this problem earlier in the stream, but we're definitely aware of this and we have plans to make fixes to this. It wasn't something that was in the scope for Alpha 2, and we decided it was better to get you guys something to play with rather than wait longer till we had everything that we possibly wanted to do from Alpha 1. But I guess rest assured, a fix for that is hopefully coming for Alpha 3. We definitely know that that's a problem that needs to be solved. And but yeah, I think some of the changes we've made with like the deployable personal barter stalls will make that easier, because instead of going to someone else's town and they don't have what you want, well, you can just deploy your own barter stall in their town and put your thing for sale, and maybe someone there will buy it. It's not perfect, but hopefully it's an improvement. Someone said,
Shadow. Oh, I was gonna say just thank you to Shadow Snog for popping by and asking a bunch of questions. Very much appreciated.
Excluding blank said, damn, found an island near the trading hub and saw it had a load of resources on it, so I set up a camp, and now I realized I have set up a camp and now realized it doesn't have any flint at all. Mistakes were made, but I'm committed now. So if it makes you feel any better, flint is basically only needed for the tutorial, so within your first hour you will never need flint again. So hopefully that reassures you that you haven't made the wrong decision. Basically, flint and sticks are only really used in the very, very early game. So you don't need to worry about having access to those later. I see Three Blaves asking again, how's Empires going? Sorry, I couldn't hear until I turned the video off. So I don't think anyone started an Empire just yet, or if they have, it's very small, but everyone, I think a lot of people are pretty excited to jump into the Empire stuff. We definitely have a lot of people in here who are fueled up on Hex Shards, ready to start an Empire, but I think people are kind of just getting through the early game of Tier 1 and getting their claims set up, and probably, I would guess by tomorrow we have a few Empires starting to, you know, lay their stake on the world.
You could walk around a little bit, maybe show some of the nearby claims, see how people are doing.
Someone said, can you explain what was the purpose of Mask Shard? Yeah, so I think those items aren't in the game anymore, but if they are, I could be wrong. The Mask Shards were originally a thing you could find that would help. They were used to trade into the Travelers to get some of the mask unlocks, but I think some content got shuffled around and they weren't being used for that anymore, but they were still found in the game, so they had no use. I believe they've been removed now. So hopefully that's been fixed, but that's what they were used for. It's like if you wanted to unlock different mask patterns. I'll be honest, in Alpha 1, I carried sticks with me everywhere. I went just so I didn't have to take multiple inventory slots and bring enough food for long trips, so sticks were useful throughout the day. I'm guessing you mean to build campfires. Hopefully most of the most of the biomes that you're in, you can get sticks easily, or you can have other ways of cooking stuff. But yeah, I'll be curious to see how people feel about that.
There's no claim here, huh? Just
Here?
things. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy. All right.
Oh, he has a boat though.
I don't know if this is. Oh yeah, it is.
Oh, it is. It is. Yeah.
I think they were too close to the dungeon to claim it.
That was someone else.
Yeah.
Talking.
I see.
I'm not even sure. No.
Keep getting sync errors. So I assume someone on the behind the scenes is looking into all the server stability stuff. So if you are having sync errors, it's generally it's stemming from the server struggling to keep up. But there could be a variety of reasons. It could also be something on your client or like packet loss on your network. So we'll be keeping an eye on that and trying to make sure that it doesn't cause any problems. Cool. I don't think there's too much to go around and see right now. I also don't have any stamina.
Yeah.
But I think probably what we'll do is I know last alpha we did a kickoff stream on the first day and then a conclusion stream on the last day. I think there's a good chance we do some more streams throughout the alpha this time.
Yeah.
But I think we're probably getting to the end of what is valuable to go through today.
Yeah, I think it's a fairly good time to wrap up, unless there's any more questions people have for us.
Yeah, I guess throw any last minute questions in the chat here, and then once we get through those, we can probably call it. But yeah, I guess to maybe start kind of wrapping things up, I guess just 3Blave give you a pizza party for a successful launch. So actually we did a company retreat between Alpha 1 and now, actually just at the end of Alpha 1, where the whole company basically met up in New York State for a convening. And for a lot of the remote team, it was the first time that we met most of each other in person. So that was pretty fun. And we did have pizza there one of the days. So I think that counts. Tyler did give us a pizza party for Alpha 1. So that's confirmed.
Oh, is there a way to switch the two mouse buttons around for me to feel more natural?
There is the ability to rebind stuff in the controls here, although I don't think the mouse buttons are on here. Someone mentioned this earlier for the mouse panning on mouse 3, but I definitely think we can get... Basically, there's no reason that we shouldn't have every control bind in there. So the left mouse button and right mouse button, we should be able to figure that out and see if we can put that in there. Any expectation on when you will have more badges available? We want to give you money. Yeah, we know. We want to make sure that if people are giving us this, that the rewards promised, including the guaranteed access to the alpha, is something we can deliver on. So we didn't want to overestimate how many people we could support in game and have people who supported us waiting in queue all day. So we kept the number limited. Almost certainly we'll be adding more stock this week once we see that the queue is in a manageable state, that more people can get in game if they purchase one. So that's the only answer I can give right now until we just see what happens with the amount of people playing. I have a saggy bird. Do I throw it away since there's no one helping to answer my question? I'm not sure what the question was. I got a saggy bird and I don't know what to do with it. Oh. This is a good question. So the Shanghai 2020. So if you craft one of the rough leatherworking stations, right now you have to process it on here. This is part of the content reshuffling. In the future, there's going to be a hunting station. It wasn't something we were able to get to finishing in time for Alpha 2, but right now you can craft it on here, so you can turn your saggy bird into a bunch of these things. So try to find a leatherworking station that you can use. If you don't have one, you can consider coming to the trading post here. You can come become a member, and then you don't need to leave your current claim if you're in one already. You can just come sign up at the trading post and then use the crafting station here if you want. Let's see here. How do we get masks? I really want my pointed ears back. Should still be in the game, I think, the same way it was before. I don't think that's been touched. Where are the potatoes? Potatoes are not in the game. I think potatoes weren't in the game since pre-alpha, so it hasn't changed. Basically, the farming content hasn't changed since alpha, as far as I understand, or alpha 1. So there are no potatoes. There are only 3 types of crops: ember grain, which is like a grain for making flour and stuff; wisp weave, which is used for tailoring; and star bulbs, which are used for cooking and making crop oil. No, we did that one. Thoughts on external maps, extracting the data, decoding them, generating a map based on them? I think for now, we don't have any policy against it. I think it's cool if the community does that. I think in the future, we're gonna, ultimately exploring the world in game is something we want to be valuable. And so having the map data in game and being able to use that to being able to get data for towns, seeing what's for sale in a town that you've discovered that area for is going to be valuable in the game. So there's still uses to discover the world in game. But I think players making a compendium of what is the, what's the compilation of all the players' exploration to create a massive world map on a web tool or something like that. I think it's cool. I know other games people do that for, so I don't think we're against it in any way right now. Any expectations on when more badges will be available? I covered that one. You've said it a bunch, but I'm joining late. How are invites being rolled out? Invites right now are being given out to all the supporter badge owners. You can do !badge in chat to see the info on that. But basically, if you buy a supporter badge, you get guaranteed access. Right now, all of the spots we have in game are being filled up by the people who have bought those. As the population of people in the game comes down, we're going to roll out more invites and offer more badges for sale. Any chance of adding rock, paper, scissors that can be added to settle large disputes in a proper way? I think rock, paper, scissors emotes is a great idea. I think that'd be really funny to add. So that's a great idea. ifox.tv. We'll definitely keep that one, add that one to the list. It's me, or you give more detail to pillar in rune. It looked more colorful and some pattern on it. I'm not sure all of the assets that have changed, so it's possible that got a facelift. Notice some of the crafting stations have floating names that some don't. Is this a bug or intended? So the way that the floating names work is that it is basically when you tap Alt, it will show these names on anything that meets certain criteria. So any where can I find one? Any building that's been nicknamed will show. Any claim, any vehicle. So if I walk over here, Glowpoke's Raft is showing. Any deployable, so Voxel's Trader Stand. If I place a building here and go over to it, by default it doesn't show. But then if I rename this and call this my fave chest, then it will show. So once it's been nicknamed, it will show. Right now, the shops are not nicknameable in the build that everybody has, but we have a fix for that, and it's going to be deployed hopefully in the next 24 hours. So you'll be able to rename your shops like we've done here once that fix rolls out. Is there any consideration into adding alt inspect to fish as well? Someone brought this up earlier. I think it's definitely possible that we could add it to that. The question is which resources do we add it for and which do we not? I think what I'd like to think about it is what's the problem? The problem is fish are hard to distinguish. Part of the reason for that right now is we're using the same model for all tiers of fish, which was never the intent. It was just hey, we reworked the content, and it used to be that all the fish had unique models, but then we restructured the content that each tier has different sizes of fish. And so we reuse the same model to communicate that better. But I think number one could be as we have actual models to differentiate these, maybe that's not an issue of identifying them from afar. maybe you're looking for a specific type of one. Maybe you should be able to like track a specific resource, and then that's not just useful to fishing, it's useful like, hey, I'm trying to find rare mushrooms, or I'm trying to find this. Maybe you should be able to track a resource and have it like lead you to it if it's in your render area. So I think there's different questions here, but can we add something to make fish more distinguishable? For sure. I think, can we or should we add something to make tracking a specific resource that you're looking for better or easier? I think that's a great idea, and I'd like to add something more there. Will we use alt inspect to do that? Maybe, but maybe not, and we might find a better solution to do that.
Could you post the coordinates for the trading post again?
Yeah, I'll post it again. I just posted the trading post coordinates in the chat again. Someone said, can you make it so we can click on the minimap to send our character there? So this is the one that I didn't get to in the patch notes, but we actually did do this. So if you hit escape, go to settings and go to controls, you can enable click on minimap, and this will allow you to like click to move on the minimap, but it's just off by default. So hopefully that is useful. Mad Alien. What other ideas do you have for the empires for the finished game? What's the vision you guys had for players being able to do? So great question, excluding blank. So our goal, I mean, basically all three of the scales have a lot of stuff that we have conceived of that aren't in the game right now. I think for empires, the vision for empires is that a small number of players who will basically end up supporting the development and maintenance of the game will be sinking money into empires so that their empire, whether they're the emperor or just a benefactor, can be successful. But the ultimate gameplay around empires is for everyone. And so whether you're helping organize the logistics of the empire, whether you are helping kind of rally the people, the troops to like help maintain and supply your empire, whether you're the tax collector or something like that, or whether you're the soldiers or like the foot soldiers or the delivery people of the empire, there's a lot of interesting gameplay there without you contributing at all on the shards side of things. And so what I think we want to do for empires is make those aspects more interesting. Like we kind of have the core of like, you know, you need shards to make the empire. You have the basic stuff of like capturing territory and controlling it and maintaining it. But some things that I've considered that I can't say for sure all of what will come, but like I think it'd be really cool if delivering these hexite capsules through neutral or hostile territory, maybe that we have an aspect of like risk or danger to that. Like if you die holding a hexite capsule, maybe it drops on the ground, and now that's like able to be taken or stolen by other players. Maybe that includes more hazards in the world that make transporting these a lot more something you need to plan around. You know, maybe there's like, you know, more aggressive monsters in the world, and so bringing a protection party when you're delivering these hexite capsules means that getting it there delivered safely isn't just a matter of how long does it take you to get there, but what route do you take and what's the safe way to get it there. It could also be in the future that during a siege there's some area of like opt-in PvP where, you know, if you're carrying a hexite capsule or if you're defending a watchtower, you can opt into PvP as far as like being able to try and stop the enemy team from delivering those hexite capsules to their siege weapon, or to the watchtower. So the PvP one is definitely not a guaranteed thing, but I think there's ways that we can add more risk and reward and kind of excitement to the Empire stuff. Not for the emperors necessarily, but for the average players who are involved in the Empire activities. And so, you know, think about it like if you've played a game like World of Warcraft and you've gone into a battlegrounds. What if you weren't just fighting for the Horde or the Alliance, but you're fighting for, you know, your empire against another player-made empire? I think that would be really cool. And the outcomes of that battleground are not just who gets more honor points, it's who gets, you know, who actually wins the territory. More like the, I guess, like world PvP stuff. So I think there's really cool opportunities there. While still being like only the people who are interested in that gameplay would choose to do that role in the Empire. So it's very much opt-in. And if you're just walking by and you're just a gatherer, you're not opting in to that experience at all. Let me see here. What else? Tracking sounds like something that would be fun as a mid-game item you can craft. Yeah, I think whether it's an item or some sort of like permanent account progress, I think that like part of what we want to do is add more sense of like account progression to the game. So like when you start at the game, you know, you can go do your basic activities, but like over the course of the game, right now you can get better vehicles, you can get better artifacts, but we want to really flesh that and make those more interesting so that you can, you know, you can get things that improve your character in a wide variety of ways, give you access to like, oh, as you become better at XYZ, you can get in more information about the world around you. You can query what's for sale, what the prices are in different cities to plan your trade routes. You can improve your ability to transport goods across the world. You can improve your ability to specialize in certain activities of like, oh, I'm going exploring. Let me tailor my character, or let me call on certain abilities that I've unlocked for helping my character traverse the world. Yeah, so lots more account progression and character progression that you highly invest into or you unlock kind of through side activities and stuff like that is a big thing that we want to flesh out more in the game.
Biothan just said earlier, I clicked my middle mouse button on X coins while in one of the stalls and the coins vanished. What happened with them?
Read that one more time.
So clicked my middle mouse on hex coins while in one of the stalls and the coins vanished. What happened with them?
Hard to say. I mean, did you buy something you didn't intend to buy, or you didn't maybe notice that it stacked onto something you'd already bought? Definitely is possible. If you can figure out what happened, I mean, maybe it's a bug, or maybe it wasn't clear what happened.
It might have just gone into your inventory and stacked with existing coins.
Yeah, maybe your inventory was full and it dropped on the ground or something, which you should get a notification, but maybe it was behind the UI. So it's hard for me to say based on what you told me what happened, but I would try a few things. Maybe you can reproduce what went on. Let's see here. Somebody is saying we're out of molten pyrolite. All right, get some crafting. All right. Hey Carter, have you gone over some of the bigger quality of life updates from last alpha? Yes, we went over the patch notes at the beginning of the stream. I can give a quick summary of some of the quality of life stuff. There's a lot. These are just some of the very high levels, but you can rewatch the VOD. I think will be up for a while. Let me quickly go back to it. So some of the high level quality of life stuff is we added larger farm fields. So you'll be able to, if you see over here, you can interact with some of these farm fields are now like larger groups of stuff. So you can plant multiple slots here at once, which saves the kind of user interface spam that you had to do before. We added the ability for you to move a player's vehicle off your claim. So if somebody sets up a cart, or in this case, some of the new, I guess this is also quality of life. I would say this is new content, but it's kind of quality of life. You can have certain deployables, which function very similar to vehicles, that people can set up anywhere. So in this case, Voxel has like a trader stand, which is basically similar to a barter stand, but it's like his vehicle that can't move. So if someone left a vehicle, or in this case, this thing, I could click move this off my claim to just like, if someone leaves a cart in the middle of your claim, you can get rid of it. We added alt inspect, which I think is a huge one. So you can tap the alt key and it'll like show and hide building nicknames, vehicle names, cargo on the ground. If I drop some items on the ground, it will say like how many items are here. So it just gives you a lot of extra information if you want to see it, and you can always toggle it off by just hitting the alt key. We have you can hit the F2 to toggle empire territory lines. Oops, nope, this. So you can see kind of where the empire territory chunks are split up. So that's kind of a useful thing for the empires. It's also the same grid that you discover the map on, so that can be useful for that as well. And we also have it so that you can actually see the probabilistic item outputs where you couldn't before. So for example, like before, if you caught a crawdad, I think you would be like, oh, or I think a lot of people were like, hey, I need crushed shells for this. Where do I get crushed shells? Well, now if you search up your crushed shells in here, you can say, hey, how do I get these? Oh, in this case, I haven't discovered the recipe yet. But if I go to the, no, not here. If I go to, where do I get bait, for example, was one of the other kind of ones. It's like, where do I get bait? Well, if I go here, I can actually see the recipe now. Instead of seeing that the Moonlight Crawdads outputs like bait and shells, now it actually like renders out the full list of stuff here. So you can see like what these are. And then in this case, I've never crafted this, so I haven't discovered the rough shell and then made the crushed shells. But if I had discovered it, I would also be able to see that as well. And so theoretically, you should be able to follow something all the way through from like the final output item all the way back to like where do you gather it from. You should be able to like link your way through the whole compendium to find that, even when there's a probabilistic outcome.
Someone asked, do better ships actually increase the speed, or is it still just inventory?
I'm not sure between the skiffs if there's a much of a speed difference, but there's definitely a better inventory. If there is a speed difference, it might be subtle. I think the main thing right now is I think as we improve some performance stuff, the ceiling of how we can handle movement will be higher. But right now, the kind of storage is the main thing that makes sense for upgrades there. I think that was the end of the highlights of the quality of life stuff, but there's tons and tons of smaller stuff that I didn't mention here that is yeah, just tiny, like smaller things that are almost like, some of them are bug fixes, some of them are quality of life changes. Let me see here. I think that's maybe did you find many of Thor's thoughts valuable from the launch day last alpha? Yeah, I think chatting with Thor on stream for the second day of Alpha 1 was super useful. I think hearing a lot of his thoughts and feedback on what we had planned for the game and kind of how we'd approach some stuff was super valuable. I think it gave us a lot of validation to some of the ideas. I think obviously Thor knows his stuff and he knows a lot about game design and especially like how players interact with games. And so just getting his perspective on, how we were thinking about some stuff was valuable. And then especially his community that he was able to bring to the game was super valuable. I think some of our most active players in Alpha 1 were people from Thor's community. So definitely happy to have had them there in Alpha 1 and happy to have, I think, a bunch of them coming back in Alpha 2. So
yeah, goblins are useful.
Super useful. Especially, when we need something broken, we know who to call. Awesome. Well, we could stay in here and keep answering questions all day. But I think it's maybe approaching time for us to wrap it up.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess thank you so much for everyone who tuned in today to the stream. We really appreciate it. And I think this VOD will stay up for at least some time. And so if you want to check out the VOD, and we'll upload it on YouTube as well, and probably do like a highlights of the stream on YouTube. So hopefully any questions, if you showed up later in the stream, you can scrub back in the VOD or check it out on YouTube. Yeah, I guess thanks everyone for showing up. Thanks everyone who bought a supporter badge who's in Alpha 2 right now, giving it a shot. And yeah, we're definitely going to have more supporter badges coming for sale. We're going to have more random email invites going out to people who haven't bought supporter badges. We want to make sure that we're getting as many people into the game as we possibly can. And yeah, really excited to see what people do with Empires in the coming days. And yeah, I guess if you're in game and you're not sure what to do, I definitely recommend coming by the trading post that we've set up here. We're really hopeful that this can act as like a good example of just how other players can set up towns to be more welcoming, and not just out of benevolence, but actually out of utility. Like it can be valuable for you to set up a town where other players can randomly come to and interact with stuff. So if you're a solo player trying to not wanting to start a claim by yourself, come here and try to use what we've got set up. If you're a player who's trying to set up a large claim, come check it out and see if there's something you can learn of how to organize your town, and maybe there's a way you can find value in setting up something similar. Yeah, and I guess if you're ever stuck in game, feel free to shout in global chat. There's lots of active community members in the game, and I think people would be happy to help you.
And you can always just use our Discord as well. There's plenty of people in various channels, especially if you're in alpha, then there's a specific alpha channel that you can use. And yeah, just reach out to people, and there's a lot of people that will help you out.
Awesome.
Okay, so
I was gonna say just a. Go ahead.
No, go
Sorry.
ahead. Go ahead. I'll go after.
Okay. I guess just a few kind of stuff to shout out. Give us a follow on Twitch here if you haven't already. We're gonna be doing more streams this alpha. So give us a follow and you'll get notified when we go live. If you haven't already, I know a lot of people asked a lot of questions that were things that we answered in a lot of details in the blog posts that we've made or our YouTube videos. If you haven't already, if you go to our website, which I can link here, I think if I just do that, check out our website. There's a link at the top that says blog. If you go to that, it will take you to Medium and you can go through our blogs. We've written, dozens of blogs over the last like 3 or 4 years. And so a lot of very like core design philosophy and core kind of like company philosophy is written out in pretty good detail in these blogs. So definitely, if you haven't already, I highly recommend anyone who's interested in BitCraft go read some of those. There's a lot of very salient kind of explanations about our thoughts on stuff in there. And if you, in addition or in lieu of looking at those blogs, I think we've put out quite a few pretty good YouTube videos of just like kind of developer interview style, talking about our plans for the game, how the alphas have been going, what are our thoughts on certain things, kind of recapping some of the blogs. So I definitely would recommend, if you haven't seen them, check out the like developer interview series on our YouTube. I think maybe we have a playlist for that. If you don't have access to the game, or you're just trying to like follow all the information about BitCraft, definitely go check out that on our YouTube. I think it'll answer a lot of questions that you might have. And while you're there, drop us a sub and you'll stay up to date with when we drop more info. For sure, there'll be more info coming. I think we'll have some sort of explanation video about empires dropping on there soon. So yeah, stay tuned on that. And I don't know, anything else that you want to shout out, Simon?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, again, thank you for joining us on stream. It was really great to see so many people really excited to play and be a part of empires and just alphas in general. Just to close out the stream, we'll be rating a member of our community, Kai Zudo, who was very active in the first playtest as well, and he's streaming at the moment. So be sure to say hi and like be excited and like just hype him up in chat as well. So yep, see you there.
Awesome. Thanks again, everyone.